behalf of the state.
The court, my lord, I confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 1 and 3.
Okay. On behalf of accused number 2, my lord, I'm still appearing. Okay.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I still confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 4 and standing in for my colleague, Advocate Mshololo, in respect of accused number 5.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
My lord, we apologize for the slight delay.
Okay.
Accused number 1 was late. From Wadabi Correctional Facility, we were informed that the reason for the delay is that they were still waiting for an escort. The original team from TRT did not arrive, so they had to make alternative arrangements.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Brigadier.
Good morning, Advocate.
Now, Brigadier, you said the reason why you called Monareng was specifically because he was not involved with the arrest of accused number 1. He was not at forced arrest, so you perceived him to be a totally independent person, which would then have aligned with your principle of best practice, not so?
Ushilo ke ukuthi isizathu sokufonela kwakho uMonareng ingoba ke uMonareng wayengasiyona ingxenye yokuboshwa kwakhe umsolo wokuqala futhi ke wayengekho eFostorus.
So, my lord, let me start with the best practice because I want us to deal with it where I applied it. Because I didn't say I applied it across board. I said I applied the best practice rule when it came to the taking of the confession. And that is really where I refer to it. And I don't think I spread it over to my other engagement. So that's the first part, my lord.
Mangaqala lana ke ukuthi ke ngenza ke noma ke ngokwehlelo kwenzeka noma ngenza ngalehlobo ngithe lokho ngikwenze uma kufika ke noma ke uma kuphathelene ne confession eyenziwa kuyena ke uKennel Mbot angithanga ke leyo nto leyo ngangiyenza yonke indawo.
Now, secondly, I said, my lord, I asked the team leader that was there in Phosphorus as to which member of the tactical team was not involved in the arrest that could assist telephonically, and that is Mr. Buthelezi. And then Mr. Monareng was then referred to me. And I said, I've confirmed that I did not see him when I was in forced arrest. Then subsequent to that, I then phoned him and asked him to assist with the movement of accused number 1 from Ereton to Kenelimboto, and that was done, my lord.
Ngasho ke nokuthi ngibuze noma ngakhulumisana ke nalowo ohola iqembu ke laphayana kwakuyena ke uButhelezi ukuthi washo ukuthi ke uMonareng uyena ke owayengekho lapho eFosforus nangabe nami sengiqinisekisa ukuthi ke ngempela ke nami angizange ngimbone lapho eFosforus ngase ngiqhumana naye ke ngimcela ukuthi ke athathe umsolo wokuqala ukusuka eRatin aye naye ke Deep Proof.
That's my response, my lord.
You also made mention of the name of Singh. What did you say about this Singh person?
No, I said there were 2 commanders. Well, there's actually much more higher, but operationally, Colonel Singh, Sup Singh, that's the rank they use. And I think he came to testify here, my lord, was the commander of the SWAT team. But operationally, when they are deployed, you get then the operational commander. And on that specific day, Buthelezi was the one that was in charge.
Uma bengikhuluma ngaye ke uSing bengithi ke ngokwabaphethe ke noma ngezikhundla ke uSing uyena ke ophezulu kodwa ke uma besebenza noma sebekhishwa ukuthi abahambe bayosebenza uba khona ke lo ekuyena oholayo lapha ke noma ngaleso sikhathi ke kwakuyena uButhelezi.
Thank you, Brigadier. Because Then Mr. Buthelezi, who you said would have said to you that where you got this information from, was also part of the arresting team. And he never made mention of the fact that you ever called him to verify, to find out who of their members was not involved in the arrest of accused number one. That is a totally new information that is coming from you that we never heard from him.
My Lord, I could not have known who was there when the arrest took place without inquiring from someone, because I was not there when accused number one was arrested. So I would have had to get that information from someone. And insofar as the SWAT team is concerned, the operational commander on the ground was Buthelezi, and that is why I engaged him, my Lord.
Ubuthelezi ke lona okhuluma ngaye ke ebezileke la enkantolo njengofakazi akukho ke akushilo akukhulumile ngokuthi wena waxhumana naye ke ufuna ukwazi ke ukuthi ubani wayekhona ubani wayengekho. Ngangingekho mina nkathi umsolo oqala eboshwa, ngangeke ngazi ke ukuthi obani ababekhona lapho obani ababengekho. Kwakungakho ke kwafanele ngithola isiqiniseko noma isiqinisekiso umuntu owayekhona.
Now, it is very strange, Brigadier, that Mr. Buthelezi was taken through rigorous examination in chief. He was taken through also a very rigorous cross-examination. He explained his presence at the scene of the arrest of the accused, the movements with the accused. But very strange, he never made mention of the fact that you ever called him to request or to find out which of the members could not have been at the scene so that you can utilize that person to have accused number one transported from Ireton to Diptoof. That is my concern.
Ubuthelezi ke ebekhona lana uholiwe ke ngumshushisi wase ehlonywa ke imibuzo abameli ushilo ke ukuthi wayekhona nkathi bebopha umsolo wake nala abaya khona ke noma bahamba khona ke behamba naye umsolo, kodwa akaza kusho ukuthi wathola ucingo olubuya kuwena umbuzo ukuthi yobani ababekhona abana babengekho ukuze uzomsebenzisa loyo muntu loyo.
No, my Lord, I disagree. It is not strange because myself, when I testified during the trial within trial, that aspect didn't come up. What I only said about Nareng is that I called him to assist. But as to how we got to him, even under examination in chief and cross-examination, that aspect was never canvassed because I was not asked, not that it was kept away. So during this cross-examination, it came up, my Lord. So I will not find it strange because it happened to me. I was not taken to that point, and as a result, I didn't testify about it. By Advocate Mnisi, he has driven me to that point, and now I've testified about it.
Lolu daba lolu ke ngaphambilini uma ngizokuthola ke ubufakazi ke ngikhulumile nje ke ngomnare kodwa ukuthi imininingwane kwenzeka kanjani ke ngoba ke lolu daba lolu azange alikaze libuzwe ke kodwa manje ke ngiholiwe ke noma ke ngabuzwa kulona mayelana ke nalokho yingakho luvelile ke manje ke akusiyona ke into mangazayo ukuthi ngikhulume ngako manje.
Brigadier, I am not referring to you when I'm saying this is something strange. I'm talking about Mr. Buthelezi. Do you understand?
Angikhulumi ngawe ke uma ngithi ke kuyamangaza ke lokho ngikhuluma ngoButhelezi.
Yes.
And in fact, this is what transpired. This is on record in relation to this information. On the proceedings of the 31st of October 2023, 31 October 2023, when Mr. Buthelezi, JD, was being led by the state, this is what transpired amongst others. He says on page number 53, line number 1, from line number 7, then he says, when we heard that the person we are looking for had passed away, Sergeant Muhula then suggested that we go to Foslores. And then Mr. Baloyi says yes. Then Mr. Buthelezi. We then proceeded to forced arrest, but when Sergeant Mukhula informed us that we were going to go inside the hostel, I then called some of my men who were in the vicinity of forced arrest. Then then Mr. Baloyi says yes. Mr. Buthelezi, there's a mechanical interruption. Mr. Baloyi says then, yes, you may proceed. Mr. Buthelezi then says, we arrived in forced arrest and then we get that outside the forced arrest police station. Mr. Baloyi, yes. Mr. Buthelezi, Sergeant Mukhula then informed me that Brigadier Kininda was on his way. Now Mr. Baloyi asked who this Brigadier Kininda is and etc. And then on page 60, that was about all these other pages up to page 59. It's about the question that were asked by the state as he was leading Mr. Buthelezi. But what is paramount for me in this aspect of the cross-examination goes on page number 60. Still on the same day, on line number 19, the state asked him, now do you know Constable Monareng and Constable Mapumulo? And then Mr. Buthelezi says, I know them. Mr. Baloyi then asked, did you see them on the day in question? Then Mr. Buthelezi says, and Monareng was amongst the team that I had asked to come and assist in forced arrest. But I was able to notice Mapumulo when we have come together in Ireton. Now, it simply means here that upon Sergeant Mukhula informing him, Buthelezi, that they were going to go into forced arrest, then Buthelezi decided to call his standby members who were around that area. And amongst those people, it was Monareng. So Monareng joined them at forced arrest. Do you understand the gist of this?
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, my lord. I don't know. The concern of yesterday, does it fall away now? Because he was reading and it's more than a minute.
Mr. Jonas said you must give him a chance to interpret. Short questions, short answers, implores you to avoid lengthy, discursive answers.
And I don't have the document.
I don't have a spare copy of this of this document. Mr. Jonas, I can, however, assist you and give you mine. I just need to mark where you need to read. And 60. Yeah, thank you. Line number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You started where?
On page 53, ne?
To 60.
From line number 7, where it says Buthelezi.
Yes.
And then up to line number 20.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then 60. Line 20. Ne?
Yeah. And then from there you go to page 60. From line number 19 up to line number 25. Actually, it's up to line number from page 60 to 61. 61 is just that word that says I written on 61. It's a completion of that sentence that is on page 60.
Okay.
Yes.
Uthelezi ke ubufakazi bakhe ke bange 31 ku-October 2023 buqala lana ke uma sathi uma sesizwa ke ngaye umuntu loyo esasimbheka noma esasimfuna ukuthi ke useshonile uSergeant Mukhula wase ethi ke asihambeni siye eFosloras saqhubeka ke saya khona eFosloras kodwa ke uma uSergeant Mukhula esesitshela ke ukuthi sasizongena ngaphakathi ke ehostel ngase ngibiza ke abanye ke balabo engisebenza nabo ababe seFosloras ngaqhubeka safika ke eFosloras sangena sangaphandle ke epolice station yaseFosloras uSergeant Mukhula wase engichazela ke ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda usendleleni noma uyeza ke awusitsheleke ubani uBrigadier Gininda. uBrigadier Gininda uyena ke iCommander nase uyiCommander nafika ngabanike isikhathi epolice station sidlulile lapho ku page 60 siqala ke ku line 19 Buthelezi ngiyavuma ke uma usho lokho waye ngalimele Mr Baloyi uyingabe uyamazi yini uConstable Munareng kanye noMaphumulo ngiyabazi wababona yini ngalelo langa ekhulunywa ngalo uMunareng wayekhona ke kwiqembu lelo engangelicelile ukuthi lize lizolekelela eFosloras kodwa ke umuntu ke engambona noma ke ngamqaphela uMaphumulo uma sasesihlangana eEratin.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas.
Right. So, my lord, yes, I've noted what is being said, but it is not different from what I've said. What I've asked Mr. Buthelezi was the name of a person who was not involved in the arrest. And I was given the name of Mr. Munareng. And I've said, in my presence at Fostoras, I personally did not see him. Hence, I asked him to assist with the movement of accused number 1 from Ereton to Deep Kloof. So insofar as what has been read here, Buthelezi is actually confirming that Mr. Munareng was not present during the arrest, and that's what I inquired, because I didn't want someone who was present during the arrest to be the one moving accused number 1 to Colonel Mboto.
Ngiyakuzwa lokho oqeda ufundwa lana ke futhi ke lokho ofundwa lana ke yebo impela naye ke uyavuma uButhelezi ukuthi uMunareng wayengasiyona ingxenye yalabo ababebopha umsolo wakhe futhi nami uma ngabe ngibuza ke ngabuza umuntu owayengekho ngenkathi umsolo eboshwa. Ingakho ke ngathi ke ngizocela loyo muntu loyo ukuthi kube uyena ozohamba ahambise umsolo ngangafuni ukuthi kube umuntu owayekhona ngenkathi umsolo eboshwa.
Brigadier, yesterday you told this court that the reason why you had gone with Mr. Munareng, it is because Munareng was not involved in the arrest of accused number 1, and he was also not there at Foslores. In other words, you were looking for somebody who had not yet had an interaction with Munareng so that you can send him to take accused number 1 to go and see Mboto. That's what you said yesterday.
Izolo ke nkathi uthula ubufakazi utheke uMunareng wayengasiyona ke ingxenye yethimbela bopha umsolo nokuthi wayengekho ke lapha yana eFosloras manje ke wafuna umuntu ke okwakungekho wayengenanto eyayimhlanganisa ke nokuboshwa kwakhe umsolo ukuthi ke loyo muntu loyo athathe umsolo amhambise kuMbotho.
As a court place, my lord, we don't know if we are misreading the record, but on page 60, all that Constable Buthelezi is saying, the portion that Advocate Nisi quoted simply says, Mr. Buthelezi says on line 24, when we asked him whether he saw Constable Munareng and Maphumulo, he says, And Monareng was amongst the team that I had asked to come and assist in First Flores, but I was able to notice Mapumulo when we have come together in
Eratin.
in Eratin. It's just looking for the page 61, just to make sure. Yes, it's Eratin, my lord. We've just established that from the record.
Yeah, and as I understand Buthelez's answer, he doesn't say pertinently that he saw
Them at First Flores
at
police
First Flores. He
station.
says, I made a request to be
Yes.
joined by
Yes.
persons I work with. When I heard Sergeant Mahola says she's now going into the First Flores hostel.
Yes.
And now, because they are going into the First Flores hostel, Buthelezi requests reinforcements. And then the
Yes.
next time he says he only saw the presence of Monareng, not at the hostel, somewhere else.
Yes.
Anyway, that's how I
That's,
understand.
indeed, that's what the record states as well.
Yeah.
Indlela engizwa ngayo ke lo ngokusho kwakhe judge ukuthi ke uMaphumulo ngiyaxolisa ke ubuthelezi uthi lana kwenzeka ke ukuthi uma uSergeant Mkhula esebatshela ke lokho abatshela kona yila acela khona ke manje ukuthi laba asebenza nabo bezeke nabo bazolekelela ke noma lokho kubiza ngokuthi ke i-reinforcement ukuthi ke bazolekelela khona lapho nomshushisi uyasho ke ukuthi angazi noma mhlambe lokhu obhalwe lana ke zwisisi ngalendlela okubhalwe ngayo ukuthi ke uthi lana ubuthelezi uMunareng waye omunye wethimba noma ke weqembu lalabo engabacela ukuthi bazolekelela eFirst Flores kodwa ke ngaqaphela uMaphumulo uma sesihlangana eEratin.
Yeah, continue, sir.
I don't know, my lord, whether I need to respond. If
No,
the
you
court
don't have to
says
respond.
me
That's how I
continue, it
understand.
must give me guidance. Where
No,
should
no,
I
no,
continue?
I'm not guiding
to?
anybody. I'm just saying that's how I understand the evidence. If you say I am incorrect, fine, you can argue that. No problem.
I've got a different understanding
Yeah, fine.
indeed, my lord, and I differ with the court.
Fine, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Brigadier. It's no use pursuing this aspect because the court has already made up his mind on the understanding of this information in the document.
I said I'm not
the
immune to
report.
persuasion. You can argue that I'm wrong. Now I've suddenly made up my mind. I said I understand the evidence
Yes.
to be that.
Yes. Thank you.
And like all the evidence here, I understand it to mean that. As for making up my mind, I will do so at the end of the case. Please.
Thank you, madam.
I'm not the type of judge who decides things piecemeal.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, madam.
Now, from that now, according to accused number one, from First Flores police station, he says he was taken to Deep Kloof police station. He denies that he ever went to Ireland.
Umsolo qala uthi ke uma esuka ke First Flores police station wahanjiswa ke wasiwa Deep Kloof uyaphika ke ukuthi waya eEratin.
But that's not true, my lord. I saw him in Eratin. From Posoras, I drove to Eratin. He arrived in Eratin. I'm the one who handed him over to Constable Monareng at Eratin, my lord.
Akusilona iqiniso lelo ngambona eEratin sasuka eFirst Flores ngahamba ngaya eEratin wafika ke khona lapho yimina engamdlulisela ku Constable Monareng.
And he says, upon his arrival at Deep Kloof, they also found you there.
Uthi ke mase befika ke eDeep Kloof nalapho ke bakuthola ulapho.
No, that's not true, my lord.
Sorry, and
Akusilona iqiniso lelo.
sorry, and I'm not interfering, Mr. Mnisi. I may be wrong. I remember some question being asked whether somebody was given supper. You don't remember that question?
I do recall during the
Yeah, fine.
cross-examination, my lord.
Somebody was given supper. It was asked if somebody was given supper at Eraton. I'll leave it there.
Ngiyakhumbula ke kungenzeka ukuthi mhlambe ngenza
If I'm wrong, fine.
ngiyakhumbula
You can
umuntu
argue that.
ebuzwa ukuthi ke wanikezwa yini ukudla ke noma ke ukubizwa ukuthi ke isapha ukudla kwasebusuku eEraton. Uthi ujaji uyakhumbula ke lo mbuzo loyo ubuzwa.
No, but my lord, it is very odd for the court to say he remembers that there was a question that came from somebody asking somebody that he was ever afforded supper at Ireton. I think the court needs to conceptualize. The court needs to give more details so that I'm unable to follow the court. Now, if the court says, no, I'm leaving it there, how should I understand what the court is getting
Well,
to?
if you have never heard it, you are okay. No, there's no problem.
Oh, okay, no, thanks, my lord. Now, he says, on his arrival at Deep Kloof, he then got placed in a room which is referred to as a courtyard, a room that has got I think a match iron safe on top there, and he was placed in that room.
Uthi ke uma efika khona lapho ke eDeep Kloof wafakwa ke kwigumbi ke thizeni uma libizwa ke kuthiwa icourtyard.
My lord, I was not there. I will not know. All I can refer to is what Colonel Mboto wrote on the confession statement as to where he interviewed him, but I was not there. But where he was interviewed is contained in Exhibit FF. That is Colonel Mboto's confession that he took.
Ngangingekho lapho ngoba manje ke angeke ngiphawuleke ngokuthi wayekuphi noma wayehlaliswe kuphi noma kuliphi ke iroom kodwa ke engakusho mina yilokhu okubhalwe lana ke Exhibit FF ekuyisona ke istatement lesi esathathwa uyena uKolonel Mboto.
And then he further says that you then asked him whether he was still not prepared to tell the truth.
Qhubeka athi ke wabe usumbuza ke wena ukuthi akayimisele yini noma akakayimiseli yini ukuthi akhulume iqiniso.
No, but my lord, that is not true. I was not there.
Kodwa akusilona ke iqiniso lelo ngoba ngangekho lapho.
Now he begged you to trust him when he told you that he knew nothing about the death of Senzo.
Wasekuncenga ke yena ke ukuthi umthembe uma ekutshela ethi akazi lutho ngokubulawa kukaSenzo Meyiwa.
My lord, I repeat again, it is not true because I was not there, and it is not the version that Mr. Mngomezulu gave me when we dealt with the trial within a trial. This is a new version. It is not correct.
Ngiyaphinda ke ngithi akusilona iqiniso lelo ngoba ngangekho lapho. Okwesibili ke ngithi ke lokhu okushiwoyo kumina manje ke kusha ke ngoba ke akusiyona into eyashiwe kumina ngathi ke uMr Mngomezulu kuyena ongihloma imibuzo.
And then you said that you would then excuse him so that they can show him so that those who were there, meaning the other police, can show him that he knows something about the death of Senzo.
Wasuthi wena ke kuyena uzomshiya ke uzothi ke labo ababekhona ke lapho bazomjengisa ke noma bazombonisa ke ukuthi ke khona ke ayekwazi mayelana nokushona kwakhe uSenzo.
This is not true, my lord. I was not in the proof.
Akusilona iqiniso lelo ngangingekho eDeep Kloof.
He says he was standing when he spoke to you.
Uthi wayemile nkathi ekhuluma nawe.
That's not correct, my lord. I never spoke to him in Deep Kloof and I wasn't there.
Akusilona iqiniso lelo angazi ngakhuluma naye eDeep Kloof futhi ngangekho lapho.
And when the others then got into the place where he was with you, he got instructed to sit down, and they also continued to ask him about the death of Senzo and said to him that it seems as if he was still not prepared to tell the truth.
Labo ke babe lapho base bethi kuyena ke akahlale phansi bambuza qhubeka bembuza ke mayelana la ke icala lelo lika Senzo noma kushona ka Senzo bathi kuyena ke kubukeka ngathi akakayimiseli ukuthi akhulume iqiniso.
My Lord, I was not in Deep Kloof, so this is really misleading.
Lo ngangingekho eDeep Kloof manje ke konke ke lokhu ku ukhohlisa.
And then he persistently told them that he knew nothing about the death of Senzo, and one of the metropolits then went behind him and put a plastic over his face whilst pressing his back with a view to balance him not to fall down, and pulling the bag on the plastic on his face.
Uthi ke omunye ke wama metro wabe eseza ngemuva ke kuyena la amfaka khona ke uplastic ebusweni emcinezela ke la ngasemva ke ukuthi ke abalanceke angawi.
This is not, my Lord, I was not in Deep Kloof, so I will not have seen these things, and I don't have evidence to suggest that he was assaulted in Deep Kloof.
Ngangingekho eDeep Kloof manje ke ngangeke ngiziboneke lezi zinto lezi futhi anginabo nobufakazi obushoyo ukuthi washaywa eDeep Kloof.
He says this was painful and cried, and he could not breathe.
Uthi ke lokho and cried, you said.
Cried, yes.
Uthi lokho kwakubuhlungu wayekhala futhi ke engakwazi nokuphefumula.
My Lord, all I can say, as I've said over and over again, I was not in Deep Kloof. What I know, he was taken by Constable Monareng and handed to Colonel Mboto, who phoned me when he was done directly. And there was even an occurrence book that Colonel Mboto made at the charge office, indicating that he completed taking a confession from accused number 1. Now, if all this assault took place when police officers from Deep Kloof were there, I'm finding it very strange that they will not report such an incident, because I don't work in Deep Kloof, I've never worked there. Why would I make arrangements to take accused number 1 to be assaulted at a police precinct which we have no control on? Even Colonel Mboto was a branch commander in Randburg. He chose Deep Kloof because I think for reasons of convenience for him. But none of us, this is now I'm talking about the officers, me talking to Colonel Mboto and Colonel Mboto himself, worked in Deep Kloof. It was a station that he chose, and he went to take the confession. Thereafter he left, my Lord.
Lokhu ke mina ke njengoba ngisho ke ngizophinda ke into engishilo ukuthi ngangekho ke eDeep Kloof futhi ke lapha eDeep Kloof ngafonelwa uyena ke uKolonel Mboto eseqedile ukuthi ke uqedile uthatha istatement kuyena umsolo wokuqala kanye futhi ke nencwadi lena ebizwa ngokuthi ke occurrence book lokhu okwenzekayo ke la ekubhalwa khona ke futhi ke epolice station eDeep Kloof ngamangala ke ukuthi kwangani ukuthi amaphoyisa aseDeep Kloof ayezoyekela ke noma athuleke kwenzeka into enjengaleyo angasho lutho. Naye ke uKolonel Mboto wayengasebenzi eDeep Kloof, waye branch commander yase Randburg, nami angaze ngisebenze eDeep Kloof. Kwakuyi station nje esakhethwa uyena uKolonel Mboto ukuthi ke lokhu ayokwenzela khona.
Now he says that as he was trying to free himself, he fell down and they started to kick him on his body, just like they did at Fort Lawrence.
Uthi ke kusekulokho ke wase ewaphansi ke uma esewileke ila baqala khona ukuthi bamkhahleleke la emzimbeni ngalendlela abenza ngayo eFort Lawrence.
No, my Lord, I was not there. And with that level of injuries, being kicked, I've seen the SWAT team, my Lord, and I wish the court could see when they're geared. They wear boots. It's hard boots, it's military boots. If we are kicked by those members who are highly trained, I'm finding it very strange that no occurrence book when he was detained will indicate that this man could not breathe, he could not walk properly, because you're talking about an elite team that is trained to deal with volatile situation, wearing military boots, kicking someone for the second time now. He was kicked over and over again in Phosphorus. He's been kicked again in Deep Kloof. Yet the occurrence books that followed after Kennedy Mboto do not indicate that there was ever a complaint of injuries or pain, none whatsoever, including Exhibit EFF, which says he had no injuries. This is really not true, my lord.
Kuyangimangaza-ke lokho mina futhi-ke akusilona-ke iqiniso. Ngiyafisa nje ukuthi-ke inkantolo ingawabona-ke la malunga lana eSWAT noma laba-ke bakwi-SWAT indlela-ke abaqeqeshwa ngayo-ke futhi-ke neyicathulo abayigqokayo noma-ke phecelezi-ke amabhut abawagqokayo uma kuwukuthi-ke ungakhahlelwa-ke ngale ndlela akhuluma ngayo umsolo ukuthi wakhahlelwa ngayo, uthi-ke wakhahlelwa eFosloras, wakhahlelwa futhi-ke nakhona-ke eDeep Kloof. Kuyangimangaza-ke ukuthi-ke abukho nje kule incwadi-ke zasemaphoyiseni i-occurrence book kanye futhi-ke kakhulukazi kuyena-ke u-Exhibit FF la abhale khona-ke uKennedy Mboto ukuthi lo muntu lena-ke kwakunzima kuyena noma wayengakwazi ukuthi aphefumule noma futhi-ke kunala kwakubuhlungu khona kuyena. Kuyangimangaza lokho futhi akusilona iqiniso.
He says, while he's being kicked and being suffocated, they kept on asking him about the death of Senzo.
Uthi-ke ngenkathi bemkhahlela futhi-ke bemfakile lokho bamfake kona-ke beqhubeka-ke bembuza njalo ngokufa kwakhe uSenzo.
I was not there, my lord, in Deep Kloof.
Ngangingekho lapho eDeep Kloof.
Now he further says that they then paused the suffocating with the plastic bag and the kicking. And when he gained a momentum to sit upright, he then saw you and another black male in front of him. You were standing in front of him and the other black male.
Uthi-ke bake bama kancane-ke ukuthi-ke bamnyeke futhi bamkhahlela nokumkhahlela ila sethola khona-ke ithuba lokuthi-ke asukumeke ahlale ila athi uma-ke esephaphama-ke wabona wena-ke kanye futhi nomunye umlisa umuntu mnyama nani mi.
My lord, I thought I arrived with him in Deep Kloof and I was asking him questions. But be that as it may, I was not in Deep Kloof and this did not happen, my lord.
Bengicabanga ukuthi-ke ngafika naye eDeep Kloof futhi-ke ngangimbuza imibuzo kodwa-ke lokhu-ke lona-ke iqiniso ngangingekho mina lapho akwenzekanga akuzange kwenzeke.
Now he says, when you and the other black male stood in front of him, the police who were assaulting him were also there.
Uthi-ke ngale nkathi wena-ke nalomlisa-ke nanimile-ke lapho namanye amaphoyisa ayekhona nawo.
I was not there, my lord, and I did not witness such, my lord. In Eriton, Deep Kloof, I didn't go there, my lord.
Ngangingekho lapho lokho-ke angizange ngikubone e-Eriton kodwa-ke eDeep Kloof angizange ngiye.
Now he further says that you then went out of that area where you were, and then the other black male then said to him that he was going to ask him questions.
Uthi wena-ke wase uphuma-ke lapho obunye lona-ke yena wathi-ke uzoqhubeka ambuze imibuzo.
My lord, I was never in Deep Kloof.
Angaze ngiye
With accused number 1, I didn't go there, my lord.
angizange ngiye eDeep Kloof kanye naye-ke umsolwa wokuqala.
When he said he was going to ask him questions, this other black male had papers in his possession, and he also started to ask him about the death of Senzo, and he told him that he knew nothing about it.
Uthi-ke uma emtshela-ke omunye umlisa lona ukuthi-ke uzombuza imibuzo wena amaphepha wena awewaphethe kuyena wayesemtshela naye-ke ukuthi akazi lutho ngokufa kwakhe uSenzo.
My lord, I was not in Deep Kloof SABC with accused number 1.
Angizange ngiye eDeep Kloof kunye naye umsolwa wokuqala.
Now he says, he told this black man that he had been telling this other policeman who has been assaulting him ever since they arrested him, that when they asked him about the death of Senzo, that he knew nothing about the death of Senzo.
Uthi ke nalona ke umlisa naye wamtshela ke ukuthi ke lamaphoyisa ke bekade engishaya ke engikhahlela ke kusukela ke ngesikhathi ngiboshwa kade ngiwatshela nawe ukuthi angazi lutho ngokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
My Lord, I was not in deep proof with the accused number 1 on the day when the confession was taken down by Colonel Mboto.
Ngangingekho edeep proof kanye naye umsolo wokuqala ngelanga ke uKolonel Mboto owayethatha istatement esogonyuluka kuyena.
And then he says that this blackmailer then went on to ask him about the Buthelezi brothers, and he told him that he knew nothing about the Buthelezi brothers.
Uthi ke waqhubeka ke lomlisa lona embuza ke ngalaba ababili ke umuntu ke nomfowabo abakwabuthelezi wamtshela naye ke ukuthi akazi lutho ngabo.
My Lord, as I've said yesterday, the mentioning of Buthelezi brothers is the creation. It's a story that was given by accused number 1 with an intention of misleading the investigation. It really came from him. No one knew of the Buthelezis or possible involvement prior to us getting to accused number 1. What we knew was that after him, the next person in line in terms of the investigation is accused number 2. There was no assertion or suggestion or indication that there is a Buthelezi or there are Buthelezi brothers possibly involved as suspects. That is not correct. It is accused number 1 himself who gave these names with the intention of misleading the investigation. Now he's pushing the back now to say it's our. It's his who gave us these names, my Lord.
Lokhu ke noma lokho ke akusilona ke iqiniso. Akukho esasikwazi ke thina njengethimba eliphenyayo singamaphoyisa ngalabo ababili ke bakwabuthelezi uma siqala ukuzwa ke ngabakobuthelezi ke kwakusuka kuyena ke noma kuphuma kuyena umsolo wokuqala uma ekwenza ke lokho inhloso yakhe kwakuwukuthi ke asilahlekiseke noma asikhohliseke kuphenyo lwethu esasilwenza thina esasikwazi ke ukuthi uma sisuka kuyena ke umsolo wokuqala olandelayo umuntu esizophenya ke umsolo wesibili kwaba uyena akekho kuthina owakhuluma ngabakwabuthelezi uyena umsolo wokuqala owasitshela ke ngalaba ababili bakwabuthelezi.
Now he further says that this black male continued to ask him other questions, although he is unable to remember all the questions
Uthi ke waqhubeka
that he
ke
asked him.
lomlisa embuza ke eminye ke imibuzo noma engasayikhumbuli ke noma engasayazi yonke ke lemibuzo ayibuzwa uyena.
My Lord, again, I was not in Deep Kloof police station when accused number 1 went to give a confession to Colonel Mboto.
Ngangingekho eDeep Kloof uma ke umsolo wokuqala wayonikeza ke noma wayogonyuluka kuyena uKolonel Mboto.
Now he says, as this black male was asking him questions, he was writing on the papers that he had, although he held those papers very close to his chest as he was writing.
Uthi nanjengoba lomlisa ke wayembuza ke imibuzo wayebhala phansi ke njengoba embuza imibuzo kodwa ke amaphepha lana njengoba wayebhala ke amaphepha awayebambele la eduze kuyena noma eduze ke ekuyena esifubeni.
I wouldn't know, my Lord. As I said, I was not in Deep Kloof, and I can only comment about the document that Colonel Mboto gave me and the subsequent entries that suggest what transpired there, my Lord.
Ngangingekho lapho ke mina ke eDeep Kloof engakhuluma ngako mina ke amaphepha lana noma ke documents lana engawanikezwa ke uyena uKolonel Mboto nokunye ke lokho okwabhalwa ke noma okubhaliwe ke ezincwadini.
Then he thereafter requested him to sign the papers. However, on account of the fact that he was cuffed, he then requested another policeman, that is now the person who was writing this blackmail, requested another policeman to uncuff him.
Uthi ke wasecelwa ukuthi asayinde ngenxa yokuthi ke wayefakwe ozankosi. Iphoyisa noma ke umlisa lo okwakuyena wayembuza umhlomo imibuzo wasecela elinye iphoyisa ukuthi ke amkhululeke bona ozankosi.
My Lord, I was not at Deep Kloof SAPS with accused number 1.
Ngangingekho eDeep Kloof SAPS kanye naye umsolo wokuqala.
Now, when he was uncuffed, this black male then noticed or noted some wounds on his wrist, which were caused by the cuffs, and said to him, "Aw, kanti ulimele kanje?" Literally translated, meaning, "Hey, you seem to be so badly injured," because there were blood on the wounds.
Ese khulwa ke ozankosi labo wase embona ke umlisa lona ke ukuthi ke wayelimele ke la elinyazwe yibona ozankosi labo wase kuyena ke kanti ulimele kanje.
My lord, I was not at Diepkloof police station with accused number 1.
Ngangingekho eDiepkloof police station nomsolwa wokuqala.
Then the Metro Police and the other normal police were with him the whole day, then took him away.
Uthi ke base bemthatha ke ama Metro Police kanye namanye ke amaphoyisa la ayekade enaye ke ilanga lonke bamhambisa.
I was not at the police station, my lord, so I, with accused number 1, my lord.
Ngangingekho epolice station kanye naye umsolwa wokuqala.
But before they left, he put his thumbprints on the papers after having signed. He also put his thumbprint on the papers which were in possession of this black male that was taking, that was writing on the papers.
Uthi ke esesayindile ke kulawo maphepha lawo ayephethe ulumlisa lona ke ayebhala kuwona ke wabeka nesithupha sakhe.
The document, my lord, Exhibit FF, that was given to me by Colonel Mboto, it does have thumbprints and it does have a signature of the deponent. But the connotation, my understanding of it, my lord, it is the information that Colonel Mboto got from accused number 1, according to these documents. The notice of rights, where he took it, ID number of accused number 1 was provided, as well as the address and cell phone number, which I know for the fact that Colonel Mboto did not know, as he did not have knowledge of this document, my lord. It's contained in this Exhibit FF, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke lana kule exhibit uFF sikhona ke isithupha kusayindiwe futhi ke ngokuthi ke imininingwane ela uKenel Mboto wayithola kuyena ke umsolwa ikheli lakhe likhona la igama lakhe ID number kanye futhi ke ne cell phone number yakhe engazi kamhlophe ke ukuthi ke uKenel Mboto wayengayazi futhi ke leyo number ngoba ke wayengenalo ulwazi lwalo ledokodo leli uKenel Mboto.
Now that is basically what he had told this court in his evidence in the trial, and what he would come tell this court if needs be.
Yilokho ke akutshela lenkantolo ke ngenkathi ayimilana ke naye ezokuthula ubufakazi bakhe uma ngabe isidingo sikhona ke yilokho futhi azoza azokutshela inkantolo.
It will be misleading, my lord, if the intention is to come and tell this court that I was in Diepkloof police station when this confession was taken.
Uzoba lokho ke akusilona ke iqiniso noma ke ukhohlisa ke lenkantolo uma ukuthi uzoza azotshela lenkantolo ukuthi ngangise Diepkloof police station ngathi kwakubhalwa ke le statement.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, Brigadier, tell me, what information did you give to Mboto, to Colonel Mboto, when you requested him to come and take the alleged confession from accused number 1?
Yini owayitshela ke uKenel Mboto uma ngabe umcela ukuthi ke azothatha istatement lesi kumsolwa wokuqala?
It wasn't much, my lord, except to say I have an individual who is prepared to make a confession, and I would have given him the case number under Foster's case 636 of 10/2014. It was limited to that.
Kwakungekho kuningi ke umtshela njena ke ukuthi ke kwakunomuntu owayeyimisele ke ukuthi ke agonyuluke ngase ngimtshela ke futhi ne case number u4/6 2014 kwabe nje kuphelela lapho.
And the case number, my lord, came in after he had agreed that he will assist me. So I gave it to him as a reference. But at the beginning was to say, I have a person who is prepared to make a confession. Can you assist? And when he said yes, so we're moving now to the arrangements of where the person must be brought. And I gave him now the case number as a reference.
Futhi ke ukuthi ngimnike imininingwane yeqala ngamagama i-case number lokho kwenzeka kamuva ke ngoba uma esevumile ngoba ke kwaba ukumcela nje ukuthi ke kunomuntu oyimisele ukuthi agonyuluke uma ngabe emuva kokuthi sethe yebo ila esengamnikeza khona ke i-case number.
Just a second. Sorry, I'm actually looking for my working copy on CBS confession. I don't seem to be getting it here. Probably I could have left it to the office. Now, Brigadier, you gave him case number 63610 of 2014, First Lawrence 10, 63610 of 2014. Why did you give him this case number?
Wamnikeza ke le number le 06-10-2014 kwakungani?
It's a reference, my number, my lord. When you engage police officers in the daily task of their duties, they need to refer. It's a reference. So you report on duty, you get inspected. You go out on investigation, you must make a reference. You're going out on investigation, case number so and so. So at the end of the day, when I said this, can you assist? That's why I said, my lord, after he said yes, I can assist you, and arrangements were made as to the fact that accused must be brought to Deep Kloof. Then the reference number, not the contents of what the case is about, the reference number was given. It's a routine, it's a procedure, my lord, because he must now place himself or report on duty on what reference. So it's a normal procedure to give reference numbers, my lord.
Indlela ke ekwenziwa ngayo, indlela ke kusetshenzwa ngayo ngoba ke manje kufanele aye emsebenzini. Uma ngabe aye emsebenzini uthi uya emsebenzini uye yini le ayiyelayo. Manje ke uma ngimnikeza ke lo Phosphorus 63610 of 2014 ukuthi ke inkomba ke ukuthi ke asho ukuthi ke yini lena ayiyelayo khona lapho. Lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke i-reference.
Sorry, what time is it now? JP was to meet with us.
11:16, my lord.
Okay, come back at 25 to 12.
Let me share that.
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Brigadier. You're saying Colonel Mboto, at the time at which you requested him to come get the statement from accused number 1, he was a station commissioner at Randburg.
Uthize ngesikhathi ke uqeda uqala kukhona lo Mboto ukuthi ize eze kathathi
Not station commissioner, but branch commander.
Branch commander of the detectives.
Yes.
ukhona lo Mbatha ukuthi kade ke branch commander lapho ke Randburg ngaphansi noma ihola ke abaseshi bamacala.
That he was a branch commander, my lord, not a station commander.
Athi kade ku branch commander ke phakade ngasiyena u station commander.
Now, do you have a clue as to how long has he been that branch commander? For how long has he been a branch commander?
No.
Ngabe sele eneminyaka engaki
At
ke
Randburg, from the date or on the date on which you requested him to go take statement from accused number 1.
athi ngabe ngesikhathi lesi bomcela ngaso ekuthizeni ke ezeka athathi istatement sakamsola uqala ngabe kade enesikhathi esingangani ke lapho ke uColonel Mboto sele ku branch commander lapha Randburg.
No, my lord, I don't know. So I didn't even know actually that he was a branch commander in Randburg. I only got to know that part when he told me to come and fetch the confession form at Randburg. That's when then I knew that he was now a branch commander. So I didn't know at the time when I called him that he was the branch commander there.
Athi ke ngesikhathi kade amcela kade angazi ukuthi uColonel Mboto kade ku branch commander kepha yena kugcina ekwazi ko ngesikhathi bekamshayela athi akeze ufakazi othatha ke iphepha leli noma iwoni statement kade asithathile uma afika kuyena ke kulawazwa khona ke ukuthi yena sile ku branch commander.
I had a look at his service history in the police. He seemed to have spent most of his time working around the area of Joburg. Most of the time he has been working around the area of Joburg. That is what I could gather from his service history.
Athi lapho kuphethe ke imininingwane yakhe ke manje nesipiloni seminyaka sayisebenzile kathi isikhathi esiningi sokusebenza kwakhe kusebenze ngaphansi kwedolobha laseGoli.
Let me say the greater part of that Joburg area there, including
athi ke usuthi usebenze ngaphansi kwesigodi ke noma mhlawumbe kwendawo yaseGoli ke usuthi mhlawumbe kumadolobha awela ngaphansi kwesigodi saseGoli.
My lord, I can't speak on his behalf. I think he'll be in a better position to answer that.
Athi cha ngeke ngikhona ke ukuthi ngimkhulumeleke kepha yena ke uyena ke ongaba selungelweni ukuthi yena ke aqhamuke bese ke ayikhulumele malana nalophuzu lelo.
Thank you. And you yourself told this court that although you never worked in a case before with him, you knew each other.
Athi wena ke fakazi utshele inkosi enkantolo ukuthi nanoma ningakaze nisebenze endaweni nobabili ke kepha wena ke kade nisazana.
Yes, I've met him, my lord, when he was a branch commander, I think in Cleveland, some years ago. That's where I knew him from, my lord.
Athi yebo sahlangana ngesikhathi kade ngeke ku branch commander wesikhumulo sasephoyisa sase Cleveland. Athi kulasa qala ke ukuhlangana khona ke lapho ke.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, Brigadier, this was a high-profile case. The death of Senzo was one of the high-profile cases, and the reason why it became such a high-profile case is because it remained it remained something that was troublesome on the bench of the police because they could not specifically arrest the person and charge him and ultimately convict him with the murder of Senzo.
athi icala leli icala ke likhulu ke icala likhulu kabi ke ngoba kade belithule bekhuluma ngalo ke maphephandaba noma intatheli kade zikhuluma ngazo ke kepha ke akukho ke umuntu owaboswa bese ngoba ukuthi aboshiwe ke bese bamshushisa ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo bese wagwetshwa ke watholwa inecala bese wagwetshwa ke futhi amaphoyisa kwathatha isikhathi esiningi ekuthizeni agcina athola ke ulokhu uthi abobani ke ababulala uSenzo Meyiwa
Up until now.
kuze kufike esikhathini samanje.
Yes, I'm listening, my lord.
Athi yebo ngilalele.
Thank you. Now, Brigadier Colonel Mboto, having worked around the area of Joburg, and this case also happening around the greater part of Joburg, would that not have meant that he basically knew the minute that you told him that you worked, we are working on First Law 63610 of 2014, this case has got everything to do with the death of Senzo, noting that you are saying he was a branch commander in the detective section.
Athi ke usuthi ngesikhathi kona ke kade uxhumana ke naye ke uColonel Mboto ke umtshela ukuthi wena ke usesha icala leli ke lokubulawa kaSenzo Meyiwa icala seFosloras lecase 636/10 of 2020 ngoba yena kade asebenza ngaphansi kwethimba noma yebo ithimba labaseshi bamacala ke njenge branch commander lapho ke ngaphansi kwindawo seGoli noma idolobha laseGoli ke usuthi kade angazi ukuthi wena kade usesha icala leli la kaSenzo Meyiwa.
No, so no, it's not what he said.
Okay.
It's not what he said. But anyway, I follow what he's saying. He may have known, my lord. He was saying Colonel Mboto may have known about the death of Senzo Meyiwa. Yes, I'm saying, my lord, he may have known because it was publicized. Mm-hmm. But he will not have known the contents of the docket because what was out in the media and what was contained in the docket, those are two different things, my lord.
Athi yebo lokho ke mhlambe bekazobe analo ulwazi malana nakho kepha ke indaba engade ngaphakathi kwedocket bekanganalo ulwazi malana nayo kepha mana nodaba lolu ukuthi intatheli kade zikhuluma ngakho ke kumaphephandaba mhlambe kubomabona kude bekazoba nalo ulwazi ngalokho.
Thank you, Brigadier. And the minute you mentioned to him that the case that I'm requesting you to go and do this confession on is about 63610 of 2014, that served a lot to check his mind. And it served a lot to check his mind and as a pointer to the fact that this could have been the Senzo Meyiwa case, not so?
Athi usuthi ngesikhathi bokhuluma naye umcela ukuthi akulekeleleke malana necala leli la ka case at 636/10 of 2014 ngesikhathi ukhuluma malana necala leli usuthi lokho mhlawumbe ngeke mhlawumbe kuhambe kungene umcabango wakhe noma kusheshe kufike kumkhumbulo wakhe ethizeni icala leli ke mhlawumbe icala leli lokushona kaSenzo Meyiwa.
No, I don't know what was going through his mind, my lord. I gave him the reference, and so I think the difficulty is I may interpret or think I understand what was going through his mind incorrectly. I'm not in a position to comment or to testify as to what went through his mind.
Athi ke akekho ngaphansi akekho sesimeni sokuthi aphenduleke ukuthi ngabe ngini bekacabanga ke uColonel Mboto kumcabango wakhe ke ngesikhathi baxhumana naye mana nodaba lolu lothiza amlekelele kulecala.
Thank you, Brigadier. I think Colonel Mboto would have been the dumbest cop in South Africa to have said that at the time at which you requested him to go and do the confession, he had no knowledge about the death of Senzo. I withdraw the question.
We don't.
I withdraw the question. Thank you.
But that question,
I said I withdrew it, my lord.
yeah, but you can't say something about an officer of the law that would have been the dumbest.
That's not an insult, my lord.
It is.
No, it is not.
You're saying a colonel is the dumbest court in the country if he didn't know about Senzo Meyiwa's death.
the word damba is not an insult, my lord, unless the court wants to understand
No,
it
I
to
understand it as
insult,
an
then it's
insult.
fine.
Me, I understand it as an
No,
insult.
thanks, my lord, thanks. Yes.
And I think even Mr. Baloi understands it as such, even Brigadier Geninda.
Yes.
No, but the court cannot put words into the mouth of the state and the. Why does the court not ask one of the members of the public?
My lord, we are rising precisely on that point.
Yeah, I know, because you are responsible officers of this court.
Yeah, but the court can't say even Mr. Baloi understand it in that way.
Any lawyer
Brigadier Geninda
any lawyer will understand
I've got my
it.
colleagues which are seated here and members of the public, the court does not refer to them. Why does the court specifically have to refer to the members of the state?
Yeah, you can go on.
Thank you.
Remember, I said it's obvious that some of our colleagues don't care about etiquette.
Thank you, Brigadier. I'll park this point about Mboto. Be rest assured I'll be coming back to it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, Brigadier, is the court speaking?
No.
Thank you. Now, Brigadier, you have been a passionate reader of the entry books, of the, what do they call it now? Those entries, the OP entries. You told this court that you had gone through the entries at Fileria police station and you could find no information about information relating to the alleged assault that accused number one is crying about, not so?
wathi mnumzana ke fakazi bakhuluma ngodaba lama entry book ke lapho ke ama occurrence book ukuthi yona ke ngapha ngesikhathi bofunda ke incwadi yakho na ke leyo ke akukho la wathola bebhalile khona ukuthi umsola uqala washayo asinjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Thank you. You also you basically testified at length about those entries. Now, on the 5th, which is the date of the alleged pointing out of accused number one, which he did before with Khatev, that was the 5th, isn't it? On the 5th of June. I want us to concentrate. Now, you say you made arrangements with Khatebe to come take pointing out from, or to conduct the pointing out with accused number one, so?
Ngelanga la nge-5 zaka June kula wacela khona ke babo Khatebe ukuthi yaklekelele ma akusizeke elithizeni umsola oqala enza ukhomba khona ke.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
And you also gave him, as you were requesting him, you also gave him the case number.
Ngemuva ukuthi ke umceleke lapho ke bese umupha i-case number yecala.
I'm not sure if I gave him, I don't remember, my lord, because the arrangement was that Sergeant Mokhane will go and book. The request from I may have given him the case number, but the request from Lieutenant Colonel Khatebe was that the accused must be booked in the books of Alberton ACPS, and then he will book the suspect out himself. So what I then did, I gave the telephone numbers of Sergeant Mokhane to Lieutenant Colonel Khatebe and vice versa, so that they can speak to each other and make those arrangements. So I'm not sure whether I may have given him the case number or I left it to Sergeant Mokhane, but I did ask him to assist me.
Athi akanaso isiqiniseko ukuthi ngabe wamupha yini i-case number icala ke lapho ke noma akazama upheke lapho ke kepha ke uSergeant Muthelezwa washo khona ukuthi yena ke lapho ke kwamele ukuthi bambhuke ke ngaphansi kwesiphoyisa noma isikhumulo samaphoyisa sase-Albertine ke lapho ke uSergeant Mokhane ukuthi umbhuka khona ke bese yena uzofika lapho kamkhiphe khona ke ahambe naye. Bese wanikeza ke imininingwane inombolo ke wanikeza uMokhane futhi wanikeza nalomunye wesibili ukuthi baxhumane ocingweni.
Thank you. Just a second. I brought the wrong documents. Yeah, I thought I brought documents relating to accused number 1 when I brought everything that is going to do with accused number 2. I did a vice versa. So now I'm struggling to find my documents. It's not like I'm not organized, well organized, just that it's a human error that can happen to anyone. But nonetheless, Brigadier, let me assure you, let me actually say that you did give him the case number, that first arrest 63610 of 2014. You gave it to Khatebe.
athi ithi yena ke enze ngeqiniseko sokuthi akutshele kujona wamupha kwabo Khatebe ke lapho ke case number iqala se Loras is 6/10/2014.
I'm not disputing it, my lord.
Thanks.
Because like I said, I may have given it to him as a reference when I asked him, my lord.
Athi yebo ngikuphiki ke lokho yebo ngikuphiki ngoba kungenza ukuthi ngamupha ke lo case number njenge reference eqala.
Yes, that is on exhibit GG. And further on, Brigadier, you went on to arrange for him a photographer, not so?
Athi futhi uma ngabe qhubeka nenkulumo yakhe ukuthi wena kwahlela ke umuntu othatha izithombe lapho ke for yena uthi abe naye lo muntu lo akusinjalo.
I don't have a recollection of that, my lord. Me, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. That's not what, because then I'm doing the photograph, and according to I can just, it's A159. It is Lieutenant Colonel Khatebe who made this arrangement. It's written, it's paragraph 2 of the photographer who actually took the photos. That would have been a difficulty for me to arrange, because the person doing the pointing out must arrange with the photographer in terms of the meeting points and all that. I was not there, so I could not have arranged that.
Athi yena lokho akakhumbule kwenza ke uma ngabe buka lapho ngaphakathi kwemibukiso khona ke 159 ukuthi lapho uColonel Khatebe yena ke wahlela noma owenza ke uhlelo lokuthi ke umuntu othatha izithombe akabe khona ke lapho ke ngoba phela kade angekho ke njengofakazi ngesikhathi ade kusenzeka udaba lolo ke futhi umuntu owenza ke lapho ke khomba ukuthi yena kumele ukuthi kube uye kohlela ke nomuntu ozofika bese athubule ke izithombe ke lapho.
Thank you, Brigadier. Let us talk about the photographer. You saying a photographer in a pointing out should be arranged by the officer that is going to do the pointing out, not so?
No, I'm not saying he should. I'm saying the difficulty that I would have had is that the photographer must liaise with the person taking the photos. Conducting the pointing out, because they must arrange where they will meet. So if now I do that arrangement,
yes,
and I'm not doing the pointing out, I don't have a recollection, my lord, that I've arranged. That's why I said even the movement of the accused from Valera police station, the instruction was given to Sergeant Mokhane to move accused number 1 to Alberton ACPS, and then Lieutenant Colonel Khatebe's number was given by me to Sergeant Mokhane, and vice versa, the one of Lieutenant Colonel Khatebe to Mokhane to arrange that, because I was out. So I do not have a recollection that I would have arranged this photographer, my lord. I don't have that recollection or remembrance.
Athi ke lapho ke la akasakhumbula akasenako ukukhumbula kahle ukuthi ngabe uyena nowathi uyeke owenza uhlelo lokuthi photographer ke bekhona lapho ngesikhathi behamba beyokhomba ke lapho ke ngoba esikhathini esiningi umuntu kusube ke hamba nomsola esikhathini esiningi uma ngabe bekwenza ke ukhomba uhlelo lokukhomba kwabo ke lapho ke kumele ukuthi akhulumisane ke nomuntu othubula ke izithombe photographer ikizimo bazohlangana kuphi nendawo bahlanganele kuphi ke nendawo kepha uyasho ukuthi ama instruction inkulumo eyaphuma ke lapho ke ukuthi uSergeant Mokhane athathe ke umsolo uqala ke lapho ke ngaphansi kwesikhumulo sase Efelia bese kamthathe kamhambise ke isikhumulo samaphoyisa sase Albertini ke lapho ke ngesikhathi bekusenzeka lokho ke athi kufakazi wapha ke lapho kuSergeant Mokhane ke inombolo zocingo zakamnomzana uKhatebe ke lapho ke bese wabuya futhi wapha ke babo Khatebe ke inombolo zocingo zakamama uMokhane uSergeant Mokhane ekuzima uxhumana ke ucingile ukuthi ozohlangana kuphi ke nendawo ngasikhathi.
Thank you, Brigadier. Again, the resume is Khatebe's, what is it now? Superintendent, Lieutenant Khatebe It's a colonel, yes. I think it's a colonel now. His resume says that he would have spent a larger portion of his employment in the SAPS working around the greater part of the Gauteng area. I'm saying
My apologies.
Colonel Khatebe's resume, his curriculum vitae, is that he would have spent a greater portion of his working in the police, working around the greater part of Gauteng area.
Athi ke ummeli uma abuka ke CV kaMnumzana uColonel Khadebe Colonel esikhathini samanje ukuthi ke lapho ke ngaphansi kohlelo lakho leCV ukuthi wena kusasebenze isikhathi esiningi noma ke iminyaka eminingi ke esebenza ngaphansi kodolobha laseGoli mangaphansi kumalokishi edolobha laseGoli.
As a court case, my lord, we know we're a bit late. We just found this portion now.
Which one?
Regarding the previous proposition to witness that he arranged for the photographer.
Okay.
That is not correct, my lord.
Yeah, but-
that doesn't accord with the record on page 62 of the record of 25 October 2023, where the evidence of Sergeant Mapakela is contained, my lord.
Yeah, but it's not even allowed to do it, the law. If you want to see that there's a case, the judgment is written by Govan, who's now in the SCA. Govan and Kruger, where our learned colleague, Brigadier Jeninda, talks about the best practice.
Yes.
It's from that judgment. It was in KZN, 1992. It concerns section 217 regarding a police person or a colonel who is situated in a police station is a colonel, and he takes a confession
Yes.
from a person whom he is actually investigating the case of.
Yes.
That judgment finds that it is not unlawful or illegal. It is just not good practice to do it.
Yes.
It's in that judgment, you can read it.
Yes.
But the law was never changed.
Yes.
Still the same.
Yes.
But it's just that you shouldn't do it.
Yes, and I think in that case, the officer who was engaged also was familiar, or he knew of the
quite.
of the facts of the particular case.
Okay.
Yeah, as I say, my lord, we just want to put it on record. The evidence of Sergeant Mapekala in this regard is on page 62.
Page 60?
62,
Yeah, okay.
proceedings of 25 October 2023.
Okay, fine. Yes.
Thanks, my lord. I will also go and check my records as well. Because my memory says to me that what I put to this witness is not the evidence of Mapakela, it's the evidence of the same witness, of Brigadier Kininda. I'm not speaking about Mapakela. But I'll go and check my notes very properly. Thank you, Brigadier. That is the resume of Colonel Khatebe.
Athi yabonga ke lapho ngoba kukwata kukhuluma ke ngenkulumo ekhona ngaphakathi ke ku-CV kaColonel Khatebe.
Now, the same analogy goes with Brigadier Mboto. That's now the same situation. He was a high-ranking officer. It will be very strange of him to have come and tell this court that at the time at which he took the confession of the pointing out of accused number 2, he would not have known about the death of Senzo, not so.
Athi-ke kuyasabisa ukuthi-ke lapho-ke umnumzana-ke ukhonela umbotho ngesikhathi kahamba ke nomsolo wesibili kuyokhomba-ke khona umsolo wesibili ukuthi nakade engenalo ulwazi ngokushona kwakaSenzo Meyiwa.
My Lord, my understanding of, in terms of the best practice rule of taking a confession by an independent officer, it's not my understanding that the said officer will not know something that is covered in the media. It talks about in-depth knowledge in the docket. You have to be independent in that. I do not know any provision that says you must be even out of that jurisdiction. In other words, you must be coming from another province. As long as the person is independent insofar as not being part of the investigation, that is independent insofar as I understand it, my Lord.
Athi-ke mayelana nodaba le-best practice-ke kusho ukuthi lapho-ke uma ngabe-ke iphoyisa-ke lapho-ke linalo-ke ulwazi oqhamuka-ke kuyintatheli mhlawumbe kubomabonakude mhlawumbe lapho-ke emsakazweni-ke lapho-ke ukuthi na-ke kumele ukuthi athathe i-confession-ke kamsolwa-ke lapho-ke kepha umuntu-ke onolwazi mayelana nodaba lokusesha kwecala mhlawumbe oyingxenye lethimba lokusesha-ke kwecala akumele ukuthi kube uye kuthatha i-confession-ke lapho-ke noma mhlawumbe yasho khona ukuthi mhlawumbe kumele ukuthi mhlawumbe akukho laba basho khona-ke ukuthi umuntu othatha confession kumele kube umuntu oqhamuka kwesinye isifundazwe noma kwenye province.
Brigadier, you answering something that is you answering a question that you are imagining in your mind. My question is, it would have been very strange of him to come and tell the court that at the time at which he did the pointing out with accused number 1, he would not have known about the death of Senzo, not so.
Athi-ke lapho kuyasabisa-ke mhlawumbe kuyamangaza ukuthi-ke eze ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo ukuthi ubufakazi bakhe-ke athi ngesikhathi lesi bekahamba nomsolo wokuqala ehamba yokhomba khona-ke lapho-ke le nto kade yokhomba khona-ke yena-ke kade enganalo ulwazi mayelana necala leli ubani washona kwicala leli.
My Lord, I'm not imagining things. I'm following what Advocate Mnisi was saying. So to say I'm imagining things, I don't know where that is coming from, because my understanding of where that question was going is that these two officers could not claim, that is the essence of it, that they've got no knowledge of this case. And that is why I was going straight to the point that the best practice rule simply means you are not part of the investigation. That is different knowing about a highly publicized case in the media. So those are two different things. And I'm going straight to the point where Advocate Mnisi is going. But if you want me now to talk straight to the question that is asking me, I can't speak on behalf of the two officers. It is them who can then answer him in that question.
Athi yena asikuthi mhlawumbe ukhuluma-ke izinto ayicabangela zona-ke lapho-ke kepha-ke mana nodaba lwe-best practice rule kuwukuthi-ke umuntu-ke oyingxenye mhlawumbe umuntu ongaphansi kwethimba-ke labaseshi akumele ukuthi kube uye-ke owenza-ke udaba lolo lama-confessions, kepha kumele kube umuntu-ke oyimele lapho oyisebenzelayo noma usebenza ngaphansi kuze siphoyisa, kepha ongenalo ulwazi ukuthi yini equkethiwe ngaphakathi kwedokhethi. Futhi uyasho khona nje ukuthi mayelana nodaba lamaphoyisa-ke amabili laba kade umnumzana uMnisi uyakhuluma ngawo-ke yena-ke angekho akhona ukuthi abe sesimeni esikahle sokuthi awakhulumele, kepha kungaba yibo-ke bangabuya bakhulume kahle ukuthi mhlawumbe ngabe kade benalo-ke ulwazi mayelana nalo kade kubhaliwe-ke ngabo ayintatheli mayelana necala leli.
Brigadier Kininda, I'm not talking of two police officers here. I'm talking about Khatebe. So I hear you saying the two police officers that this is talking about. I'm talking about Khatebe. Can you please understand the question, answer according to the question, and don't try to read my mind. It's a very complicated thing. You'll never be able to hit that level, Brigadier. I'm simply saying to you, it would have been very strange for Khatebe to have come to this court and say, at the time at which he took the confession, they did the pointing out with accused number 1, he would not have known about the death of Senzo.
Athi uyacela ukuthi ungakhulumi nodaba lamaphoyisa amabili ngoba yena kakhulumile ngodaba lamaphoyisa amabili-ke, kepha bakhuluma ngephoyisa-ke lodwa lapho komnumzana kuKhatebe lapho-ke kuwukuthi kuyamangaza mhlawumbe kuyasabisa ukuthi eze-ke enkantolo-ke asho ukuthi namhlanje kade anganalo kolwazi ngokushona-ke kwakamsolo mhlawumbe kwakamufika apho Senzo Meyiwa ngesikhathi bekahamba nomsolo oqala ehamba eyokhomba la kade eyokhomba khona-ke.
My Lord, I've already answered the question. I cannot speak on what Lieutenant Colonel Khatebe will come and say if this question is posed to him. That is the first part.
athi lapho ke ngeke khona ukukhuluma ke ukhulumela ke umnomzana uColonel Radebe uthi yena ke mhlawumbe ngafika akhulume ini ke uma ngaba lo mbuzo angaze awubuzo.
That is better.
The second part, my lord, when I referred to the two officers is because before we go to Colonel Radebe, the same assertion was put to me about Colonel Mboto, that he was working local or he spent most of his career around Johannesburg. Now the same resume is given about Colonel Radebe. How is it now wrong when I say I cannot speak on behalf of these two police officers because it's under the same context that is being put to me?
athi ke udaba lokuthi akhulumeke amaphoyisa amabili ukuthi iqala bakhulumile ngomnomzana uColonel Mboto ke lapho ke bese kwesibili babuya futhi bakhuluma ke lapho ke ngomnomzana uColonel Radebe lapho ke kula khona bakhuluma esithi khona ke ngeke khona ukukhulumela amaphoyisa amabili ke lapho ke athi bezama ukusho khona njalo noma bezama ukusho lokho ke ekuthizeni uma ngabe lokho ngikudinga ukuthi kuphenduleke lapho ke kumele ukuthi babizwe bese babuzwe ke imibuzo leyo ke.
Now, have you known him prior to the day on which you requested him to go take a pointing to do a pointing out of accused number 1?
Ngabe kade umazi qala ngaphambi ukuthi ukumcela ukuthi ahambeke nomsolo oqala ngesikhathi umsolo oqala bekahamba uyokhomba.
Yes, I've known him as a police officer, my lord. That's correct.
Athi yebo kade ngimazi njengephoyisa.
Thank you. Now, when you gave him that case number 63610 of 2014, false lorries, that had a potential to jag his mind and serve as a pointer as well, that this had to do with the death of Senzo. Not so?
Bathi ngesikhathi esibumpa ke case number lapha eFosloras 636 case 636 of 10/2014 lapha mhlambe bozoshesha kukhumuza umcabango wakho ukuthi leli cala laseFosloras futhi naqala kade kwashona khona kusenze Meyiwa ngaba kusenjalo yini?
My lord, I can't testify about the state of mind of Colonel Radebe.
Atlapha ngeke khona ukukhuluma ke ngomcabango kaColonel Radebe ukuthi kade acabanga ini noma kade kungasinde le kade acabanga.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, after you gave him that number, First Loras case 636, 10 of 2014, then Radebe says to you, where is the accused? Not so.
Bathi ngesikhathi ke kuqeda ukuphala lapho komnomzana uRadebe ke case number seFosloras case 636/10/2014 ngabe akaza kubuza ukuthi ngabe ukuphi umsolo yini?
I don't have a recollection of that. All I recall, my lord, I don't know how the conversation really went because I can't remember verbatim. What I do recall is that he made a request that the accused must be kept, must be booked. His specific request to me is that he must be booked, not just kept. He must be booked in the holding cells of Albertine SAPS, and he will do the arrangements moving forward. And that is why I asked then Sergeant Mukhane to assist with this movement, my lord. That's the content of our conversation.
Athi ke ngeke abe naso isiqiniseko ngogcwele ukuthi kahle kahle inkulumo yabo kade imayelana nani noma mhlawumbe kade iqokithe ini ke kuyona ke ngokuqondiwe mhlawumbe ngokusana ke emuva nokuthi ashaya isikhungosini ke lapho ke kepha ke into eyenzeka ukuthi ngicela ukuthi ke lapho umsola kumele ukuthi bambhuke ngaphansi kwama holding cells ase Albertine ke lapho ke futhi athina kula khomsana khona ke no Sergeant Mukhane ekuthizeni ke ahambise komsola bese amikise ke kwisikhumulo samaphoyisa sase Albertine la kade khona ke uyena azohlangana naye khona ke lapho kumnomzana uRadebe umsola bese baqhubeka benza umsebenzi wabo phela phambili.
That's not in dispute, Brigadier. At that moment, the accused is in detention at Fileria in Pretoria, not so?
Wathi ngesikhathi leso umsolo wakhe bekalana ePretoria ngaphansi kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa saseFileria kusenjalo?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. And he says to you, no, Brigadier, can you please arrange that the accused should be detained at Albertine police station where I would go see him, not so?
bathi ngemuva kwalokho ke usho ukuthi ubaba umnumzana okhade bese watshela ukuthi yena cethe wenze ke uhlelo ukuthi ke umswaka emthathe la ePitoli bese nimikise ke kusikhumulo samaphoyisa sase-Albertine la yena la kade azohlangana naye khona ke akusinjalo.
No, it's not flowing like that, my lord. It's not a question where he said remove him from Valeria SAPS, because I don't think we even got there. And it was the same principle with Colonel Mboto. When he said, I can assist, bring the accuser this place. They don't worry where the person is coming from. They're assuming you're in control of the person. They just indicate where it will be convenient. So with Colonel Khadebe, the understanding was that he wants the accused to be detained, and then he will do the booking of the accused out. And that's all that's requested. As to where the person was, I don't think we got them, my lord. What was prevalent is that he's willing to assist, and he wants the accused person, accused number one, to be taken to Alberton, detained. He never gave me the reason why he wants to do it like that and why he chose Alberton, but that's the request, and I complied with that.
Athi yena akazi mhlambi kade kungaphansi kwezathu noma izathu zini ezakhokhela kulelo daba ke lolo ke kepha yena athi uyimisele ukuthi abalekelele ke noma asize ke lapho ke umnomzana uHadebe ke lapho ke bese washo khona nje mhlambi washo khona nje abamlethe ngaphansi kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa sase-Albertine la yena bazohlangana naye khona ke lapho ke ngemuva ukuthi bambhukhile lapho ke noma bemgcine khona ke kuma holding cells akhona ke lapho ke bese yena ke bazofika lapho kahlangana naye khona ke bese baqhubeke benza umsebenzi wabo bobabili.
He says to you, can you please cause the accused to be detained at Alberton police station? In other words, arrange that the accused should be brought at Alberton police station.
Usuthi wathi yena ke amanye amagama akhe cela ukuthi wenze uhlelo ukuthi yena ke umsolo abamnikise ngaphansi kwesikhumulo sase-Albertine akusinjalo?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. And you say you did not ask him the reason why.
Enothize awukaze umbuze isizathu sokuthi kungani bekafisa noma bekafuna ukuthi umsolo animikise ngaphansi kwesikhumulo sasephoyisa sase-Albertine.
No, it was not necessary, my lord, to ask. I made a request if he can assist in doing the pointing out. He agrees. He chooses the police station and he says this person must be detained there. He will book him out. Those are formal structures. In fact, I was comfortable with that idea that he prefers the accused number one to be detained and he book him out himself, taking the process from there. So that request for me, as much as we didn't discuss it, it actually sat with me very well because he's not receiving him from hands. He's actually booking him out from the holding cells.
Athina akaza kubona ukuthi kubalekile yini ukuthi zakubuzeke lokho ke kepha yena kwasho khona nje abamnikise ngaphansi kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa sase-Albertine bese ngemva kwalokho siyena bambhukheke lapho ke ahlale khona kalale khona mhlawumbe ahlale khona ke lapho ke bese ke bazomkhipha khona ke ahambe naye ngesikhathi sibekahamba ayokhomba lapho ke.
Thank you, Brigadier. I'm going to put it to you the reason why he requested that accused should be detained at Alberton police station. Because from Alberton police station to Forster's is only 20 kilometers. And he knew that from Alberton, we will be driving to Forster's in view of the information, the case number that you gave him.
Athi kuzokutshela isizathu sokuthi kungani kwenzeka lokho ke ukuthi uqhamuka lapha e-Albertine uhamba ke uye-Forster's ukuthi uhamba ke umgama oku-20 ama-kilometers lapho ke futhi bekazi ukuthi nani zohamba ke e-Forster's ke ngemuva kokuthi bumnikile lapho ke case number icala.
My lord, as I've said, I'm going to answer it in twofold. One, I've indicated I cannot speak on behalf of Colonel Khadebe. I don't know how will he deal with this because I'm being told what he knew. I don't know where is that. So it's a difficult position for me to say. That is the first part. But if we are talking about the distance, the closest police station in Forster's, there is a police station. Closer to Forster's, there is Katlehong, Ramukunupi, West police stations. Alberton is the furthest if you compare to the two. In Forster's itself, where this incident happened, there is a Forster's police station. So the logic of a distance on those bases doesn't sit well. But that being said, my lord, Colonel Khadebe have said he may be then a better person to deal with the issues of what was going through his mind when he made such a suggestion, my lord.
athi lapho ke lo mbuzo kodwa ubuziwe uzophendula ke ngendlela ezimbili ezahlukile. Indlela yokuqala ukuthi ke lapho ke yena akakazi ukuthi kade kuyini ngaphansi komcabango kaMnumzana uColonel Radebe ngesikhathi athe senza isicelo leso ukuthi umsolo abamnikise ngaphansi kwesikhumulo sesiphoyisa saseAlbertine. Futhi na ufakazi athi angeke amkhulumeleke lapho ke uMnumzana uColonel Radebe uma ngabe inkosi enkantolo ifisa ukubuza lo mbuzo lo yeke kumele mhlawumbe bambiza ngoba uyena ke ozoba ngaphansi kwesimo esiqondile ekuthizeni aphendule malana nodaba lombuzo lo yonke. Futhi uma phela uma ejobela impendulo yakhe malana nodaba lohlelo losibini uma iphela umbuzo lokho ukuthi ke lapho ke malana nebanga mhlawumbe ugama khona ke lapho ke phakathi kweAlbertine kuyofika lapho eFosloras ukuthi ke isikhona ke isikhumulo samaphoyisa seduze ke lapho ke eKatlehong bese sikhona ke sesibili ke eFosloras ukuthi u20 kilometers umgama khona mhlawumbe uqhelana kwindawo lezi ezimbili ke lapho ke akusukuthi mhlawumbe kade kuyinto leyo bengenzeka nanoma kunjani ke lapho ke kepha ke kushuthi bekumele uma ngabe kukhuma ngama distance ke lapho ke bamnikisa apha eKatlehong noma ke eFosloras.
And this basically simply aligns with accused number 1's explanation that when they went to the pointing out, he never gave them any directions. They are the ones who took him there.
Athi lapho ke hambisana ke nenkulumo eqhamuka komsolo oqala ukuthi ngesikhathi bahamba beyokhomba ke lapho ke athi nakakaze abanikeze imininingwane yamakhili kepha ke ibona abamnikisa ke lapho ke kulowo makhili.
My Lord, I think Colonel Radebe can deal with that part as well as the photographer. What I can testify about is that in Exhibit GG, that is the photograph, the album that was taken by the captain from LCRC, you can clearly see accused number 1 pointing to the scene which I indicated to this court, my Lord, that I visited. And that address is 13511 Kutlwano Street, which is the crime scene where the deceased in this matter was shot. The second address, that is the place that is pointing out, it's on the tar road, that is at Basutuni Hostel. That's what I can see here in the photos. He is pointing. No one is pointing for him. He is himself pointing, and the photos are contained in this exhibit GG, my Lord.
Athi ke ufakazi ke lapho ke ukuthi lapho ke ukuthi umuntu wathula ke ithombe ke lapho ke uthi nokhonela Radebe usikumele kube yibona abazayo abazokhuluma ke malana nodaba lolo ke kepha athi uma ngaba ubuka ngaphansi kwemibukiso kaGG ngaphakathi kwezithombe ke lapho ke ukhona la khona ke umsola kwizithombe ezimbili la kade akhomba khona ke kwindawo ezahlukene futhi la ke bonakala khona ke kucecebha khona ukuthi la yena ke kade bengakhombi malana naye kepha uyena kade akhomba ke lapho ke etshengisa ke abantu malana nendawo lena ke la kwashola khona ke umufi futhi indawo yesigameko futhi enye yesibili ke indawo lapho ke ngaphansi kwendawo yaseBasuthuni Hostel kusho ukuthi lapho ke kade kuyena mathupha umsola oqala kade akhomba kusho ukuthi ade khona kumuntu othizeni la kade akhombe khona ke qala.
The brigadier, let us start here. You said you visited that scene. In other words, you did your own personal inspection in loco.
Bese kufakaza umkhohlezi ukusho ukujobela ukufakaza thina lapho ke naye waya ke mathupha nodaba lolu ke lwendawo lezi ke manje kumele uyabuza ukuthi wena ke mfakazi wahamba wavakasha kule ndawo lezi ezahlukene ngithize kade mhlawumbe usenza ke ucwaningo lomsebenzi wakho mhlawumbe usatsha kwecala.
My Lord, the answer is yes, in collaboration, and I think I dealt with this part, that after the confessions, both the one from Colonel Mboto, the pointing out and the photos were taken, a process that I embarked on with the team was to corroborate what was contained in the confession. I needed to know what place is he pointing and how material it is to the case, and that is why I was able to confirm that the place that is pointing is the crime scene where the victim was shot. That is the house of the Kumalos. The other place is the main road next to Basutuni Hostel, because I had to do a physical visit in the corroboration of what was contained here and other things in his confession document, my Lord.
Athi kufazi uma iphendula mana nodaba lolo kusho ukuthi yebo empeleni nake ngemuva ukuthi wathola ke confession bese wabuya thola ke ithombe lezi ade thutshuliwe ke lapho noma ezathathwa ke lapho ke lo muntu bamthi umuntu othobe ithombe ephotographer ngesingisi ke ngesikhathi eqeda ukuthola leyo nkulumo mhlawumbe lobo ufakazi lobo ke ukuthi ke wahamba wenza ukusesha kwecala lakhe ethi zikaxhumanise ufakazi ade aphethe ukuthi ngabe mhlawumbe uqondile futhi uyaxhumana noma ufakazi wabo usho ukuthi kuyahambisana ngesikhathi lesi bekaphola ke lapho ke ukuthi ke wahamba wavakasha kule ndawo lezi ezimbili ezahlukene lezi ndawo ezimbili ezahlukene izona ke umsolo oqala awayikhomba ke indawo lezo ke usho lapho ke indawo yokuqala kade ayikhombile lapho kushuthi indawo yokuqala kade ayikhombile ke lapho kushuthi ilo muzi ke walapha kwakhumalo umuzi la kade kwehla khona ke isigameko ke futhi indawo yesibili bayikhombile lapho ke lo mgwaqo omkhulu lapho kushuthi main road noma umgwaqo nje omkhulu ke lapho ke oseduze nalapho ke basuthwini hostel.
Brigadier, let me help you very quickly. That inspection in loco of yours, it's invalid. It does not assist this court because that is self-corroboration. There's no evidence. There's no evidence that came from the same Mr. Khatebe when he conducted the pointing out that has been placed before court, which indicate that when accused number 1 is pointing this, this is what was happening, and he was pointing this. When in photo number 2, accused number 1 is pointing this. In photo number 3, accused person is pointing that. In other words, the notes of the pointing out are not there.
Actually yatshela umana nodaba nomzana ke noma le inspection in loco owayenza ukuthi yena ke udaba olungekho futhi olungamukelekile ngembangela ukuthi ngesikhathi leso umnomzana okhadebe kade ehamba ke ukhomba ke noma etshengiswa ke umsola oqala ke lapho ke malana nezinto kade amtshengisa zona ukuthi awekho ama notes abhaliwe ukuthi ngesikhathi umsola bakakhomba lokho busuthi lokho bekusho ilokho nalokho ya.
Those are let me finish. Those are just photos where accused number 1 is seen pointing and pointing and pointing. But as to the essence of what is pointing, there's no content.
Athi-ke lapho kusuthi lapho ke ithome nje kuphela lezi etshengakala khona ke umsola wokuqala akuzona ke ngesikhathi bekakhomba futhi eqhubeka ekhomba ngoba akukho lokubhaliwe okhethekile ukuthi mala ngesikhathi esibekakhomba lapho ke kusho ukuthini kusho ukuthi bekakhomba lokhu nalokhu ya.
So your little self corroboration does not assist this or will not assist this court. That's going to be my argument.
Athi ke ba inkulumo yakhe ngaphansi kwenkulumo uma ngabe phikisana nethimba labeshushisi ukuthi le ndaba yokukhulumela ukuthi ayihambisane noma ayiqondile ayishayile isikhumbusini.
I disagree, my lord. That assertion is incorrect. If you look at the pointing out form that was completed by Colonel Khatebe, there's a pro forma, there's annexures of notes. So it is actually even incorrect to say there were no notes because Colonel Khatebe made notes and the accused, the deponent signed. Now, the last paragraph, just the second paragraph before the last, reads as follows, my lord. I pointed out the 2 places, the house where the shooting took place and the spot where I was dropped off after the shooting to Lieutenant Colonel Khatebe. This is just one paragraph, my lord, but prior to this, there are paragraphs which Colonel Khatebe wrote, taking them from accused number 1. So it is incorrect to say there's no pointing out, there's no notes accompanying the photos that indicates accused number 1 pointing. I was corroborating what was said here, but there are notes by the Colonel which indicates exactly what accused number 1 was pointing.
Athi lapho ekuthizeni ke udaba lokuthi awekho ama notes abhaliwe mhlawumbe inkulumo ebhaliwe ke ngemuva ukuthi lapho umsola oqala ke ekhombile lapho ekhomba khona ke izinto lezi athi azikhomba ke etshengisa ke lapho ke umnomzana uColonel Khatebe akona iqiniso ngoba ke akhona ke ama notes abhaliwe lapho ke ngaphansi kwekhasi lapho la ka AR142 la bakhuluma khona kuma ngabuka ke lapho ke paragraph yesibili umqhamuka lapho ngenzansi ke khona ke la ibhala ngalendlela elandelayo ukuthi mina ngakhomba ke indawo ezimbili ke lapho ke into yokuqala ke umuzi la kade kudutshulwa khona ke bese ke indawo yesibili wayikhomba ke lapho ke suthi indawo la dena bamshiya khona ke ngemuva ukuthi kade kudutshuliwe ke kulo muzi indawo lezo zimbili bekayikhomba ayitshengisa ke lapho ke umnomzana uColonel Khatebe.
Brigadier, I won't take this aspect with you. You clearly do not know how pointing out must be conducted. From the answers that I'm getting from you, you clearly don't know how the pointing out should be conducted. But thanks. Let us proceed.
No, I disagree. I know exactly how a pointing out should be conducted, my
Okay,
lord. But
thank you.
in this instance, I'm responding to the assertion that said there were no notes.
Okay.
And
So
the
there
notes
are
here.
notes.
There are notes, my lord.
Okay.
my lord.
athi lapho uphelela amanota lokuthi na awekho ama-notes abhaliwe lapho kade akhona ke ama-notes abhaliwe ke lapho ke ngemuva ukuthi kade kubehambile kumsolo oqala futhi umnumzana uColonel Radebe ngesikhathi umsolo oqala kade yahamba ke ukhuma ke indawo ezimbili lezi ke eyitshengisa ke lapho ke umnumzana uColonel Radebe.
Thank you, Brigadier. I earlier on indicated that you were passionate about reading OB entries. You actually told this court a lot about OB entries, not so?
Athi qala bakade bekhuluma ngodaba lama-OB entries lawo nathize la kade ukhuluma khona ke inkulumo eningi utshela ke inkosi enkantolo kusenjalo yini?
Yeah, but my lord, yes, I did speak about OB, but it should be taken in the context of the question that I was dealing with, because we're dealing with a specific incident of a specific time relating to an allegations of assault. And I was moving in that sequence that if you move from that day or the incident of that assault and you flow on that incident, there are no records. For example, with accused number 1, specifically, my lord, I have said from the time he was detained in Valeria on the 31st, the morning hours, to the time that he was taken to court on the 1st of June, there were no entries that indicates that he was assaulted. He reported an assault, because we're dealing with accused number 1, my lord.
Athi lapha ngesikhathi leso ufakazi beyakhuluma noma nodaba lama-occurrence book lapho noma ama-entry book lapho ke kungemuva kokuthi ake khona kombuzo uqhamukile mhlawumbe umbuzo kade bewubuzile ke lapho ke futhi bathi behamba ke ngalolo hlangothi lapho ngesikhathi bekaphendula mayelana nodaba lolo ke uma ngabe khuluma ngodaba lolo futhi ngelanga la nge-31 zakaMeyi ke lapho ke ngaphambi ukuthi umsolo kaqhamuka ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo noma mhlawumbe enkantolo ke ngelanga lokuqala kwenyanga kaJune ke lapho ke kukuthi ngaphansi kwencwadi abayibiza ukuthi occurrence book laba bhala khona ke ngaphansi kwezikhumulo zesiphoyisa uma ngabe egcina ke abasula khona ukuthi lapho ke akukho la kwalo khona ke ukuthi umsolo oqala washawa noma yena kade akhuluma ukuthi yena kushayiwa mhlawumbe ukuthi khona ke into eyenzeka kuyena ke uma ngabe ekhuluma ngodaba lwani lwama occurrence book futhi udaba luqhamuke la khona kade besho khona kade kunensolo khona ke ezokuthi umsolo oqala wakhuluma washo ukuthi ke ngesikhathi lapho ke kuma holding cells washaywa ke.
My lord, may I just request an indulgence just to confirm one point with accused. Thank you for indulgence, mother. Thank you, sir. There's a stack of papers here that I received from the state, but I think I'm not so sure what exhibits are these, but I'll try the best that I can. There's an OB entry from Fileria that has got the date of the 5th of June 2020. Actually, it says it's written there, Fileria in bracket MCB. I wonder if the state can assist us. This I'm told that this is exhibit N.
athi kumabuka kunamaphepha ke amaningi ke watholile eqhamuka kwithimba labashushisi ke lapho kesho khona nje ukuthi lapho kumabuka lapho ngaphansi kwembukiso ka-NN khona la ubhalele khona ke ngaphansi kwephepha lelo babhale ukuthi fileria bese kuma-bracket babhala ukuthi lapho ke MCB yakhe ilanga lapho ke i-5 zakaJuni ngomnyaka ka-2020.
Exhibit NN, there's a date there, the 5th of June 2020.
athi ilanga elibhaliwe lapho ke langa lange-5 zakaJuni ngomnyaka ka-2020.
I don't have an extra copy. Maybe the state can assist us so that you're able to follow as we proceed. Now, on the 5th, there's an entry there, entry number.
My apologies, my lord.
Sorry.
The witness is making mention of something pertaining to the date.
Yeah, the date. I've got the date of the 22 here, not the 5th. I see Advocate Mrs. referring to the 5th.
Yeah, 5th of June.
Is it here? The answer. Just give it to the advocate. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
On the 5th of June 2020, which is written Friday here, there's an entry there, entry number 326 over 345. It's right at the bottom. That's the last entry.
Ilanga lange-5 zakaJuni kune-entry khona ke lapho ke 326 40 no-345 izona esenzansi egcineni ke lapho ke.
I see that, my lord.
Thank you.
Yebo ngiyayibona ke leyo.
Now, the time there, it's 1 minute past 8 o'clock in the morning, not so?
That is correct, my lord.
But isikhathi esikhona ke lapho umzuzu nje owodwa ke ngemuva kwehora laka-8 ekuseni athi yebo iqiniso.
Now, it reads, investigation out. Sergeant Mohale with 1 mail for dealing in drugs. And then it continues to the next page.
Bathi ababhala khona ukuthi uSergeant Mohale futhi umunye ke oyedwa ke bahambile. Pardon.
The next page, it's still the 5th of June 2020. And it's still entry number 326.
My apologies. La khona ababhala ukuthi khona uSergeant Mohale futhi noyedwa ke lapho bathi udayisa ke idakamizwa mhlawumbe ukuthola ngedakamizwa.
Thank you.
Bese ku-entry esibili elandelayo ke.
Now the following page says 326.
Yes.
Lapho kule entry ka 326
Moses Themba Sibiya, SAP 1401/06/2020. SAP 14 A5 R508628 and case 21703 of 2019, no injuries, correctly received. In other words, the person who correctly received this Ms. Themba Sibiya is the person who signed there. I don't know whose signature is that one, but I can assume because it's been booked out by this Mohale, it's the signature of Mohale, not so.
Bathi ke lapho kuma ngabe ubuka lapha ngaphansi kwale intro khona ke intro ka 326 lapho ke babhale khona lapho ukuthi ngaphansi kwephuzu lokuqala bathi Moses Sithembe Sibiya ke bathi SAP 14 01 0106 2020 SAP 14A close bracket bathi lapho ke R5086208 as a case lapho ke suthi 217/03/2019 bathi akukho umuntu olimele ke lapho noma akalimele yena ke bathi ke umuntu owamthola ke lapho kathi akazi ubani kosayindile ke lapho ke kepho ecaba ukuthi mhlawumbe umuntu odamthola ke lapho ke uSergeant Mohane akusinjalo yini?
Yes, it is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kweqiniso kunjalo.
Now let us make some corrections here. It says the person, it's indicated there that is Sergeant Mohale. Would that be Sergeant Mohula, your team member?
Atlapho bhala ukuthi Sergeant Mohale usuthi ngabe mhlawumbe enze iphutha bakhohlwa ukubhala ukuthi lapho Sergeant Mohula osebenza ngaphansi kwethimba lakho?
No, it's Sergeant Mohane. That is the member that I asked to move accused number 1 from Valera SAPS to Alberton SAPS. So it's Sergeant Mohane. That's a male. Sergeant Mohula is a female.
Athi cha kusenjalo lapho kuSergeant Mohane futhi yena kwamcela ahambise komso oqala amsuse ngaphansi kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa saseFeleria esamahambisa ke lapho la kade amhambisa khona ke Albertine ke lapho ke futhi esho khona ukuthi uSergeant Mohale ke umuntu ke wesilisa ke lapho ke bese uSergeant Mohula wesimanje.
So for record purposes, the correct annotation should have been, or the entry should have been Sergeant Mohane.
Yes.
Put him out.
Yes, the signature is the one of Sergeant Mohane because I know it, my lord.
Oh,
He's
okay,
the one that
thank
signed
you.
for him.
Athi yebo ke umuntu osayindile ke lapho kuSergeant Mohane ke ngoba yazi ukuthi uyena ke osayina ngalendlela asayine ngayo ke ngalana ke.
Thank you. Now, still on the same date, 05/06/2020, at entry number 326/345, Sergeant Mohane brings the accused back on the same date. Not so. Are you at 18:01? That is now 6:01 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Thank you.
Otlapho ke suthi ngemuva komzuzu owodwa ke emaqedesha ihora lesithupha ke lapho uSergeant Mohane uyambuyisa ke futhi soyena ombhukayo athi yebo kunjalo.
Now let's go to the Alberton. OB book, occurrence book, Alberton occurrence book. I think it's in the same pile of papers there. Oh, I'm told it's exhibit KK.
Bacela ke sele ngaphansi kwe occurrence book yeself team at exhibit KK ke loyo ke.
Now, there's entry. Are you with me, Brigadier?
Yes,
Thank you. There's an
I'm with
entry
you.
317/326.
Yes,
Yes.
I can see that, my lord.
Yeah.
Athi entry ke lapho ke 317 should ngaphansi kwabhala ukuthi 326 athi yebo nginawe ke lapho.
Now that's an Alberton occurrence book, and then it reads 12 o'clock. That is midday. The suspect handed in for pointing out by Sergeant Mohane of National Court Cases Investigation Unit The name of the suspect is written there as Moses Temba Sibia. There's a case number 63610 of 2014, which is murder in bracket false arrest. And it's noted they're free from visible injuries. Are we together there?
Yes, we are, my lord.
Thank
athi
you.
yebo samasodo nawe ke lapho ke usho ukuthi labo babhale khona ke ngaphansi isikhathi 317 ilokuzana entry khona uthi 326 usho ukuthi isikhathi lapho ke 12 osemini ke lapho ke bathi ke umsola kwamikiswa lapho ke uSergeant Mukhane ngemuva ukuthi kade bezokhomba ke lapho ke usho ukuthi uSergeant Mukhane qhamuka lapho ke ku National Court Cases ke lapho ke usho ukuthi umseshi weqala ke lapho ke use investigating unit igama la kamsola lapho ku Moses Tembe Sibiya ke lapho qhamuka ngaphansi uqalile la ka 636/10/2014 icala lokubulala ke qala indawo elenzeka khona ke bathi Phosphorus lawo jene kade ankungekho ke ukulimala de kubonakala ke kuyena ke athi yebo ngikusale move.
Thank you. Now, Brigadier, you said that you had gone through these occurrence books in view of the allegations of assault that were made by accused number 1. Did you also go through this entry?
Athize unokwafundile kama occurrence book mana nodaba la kamsolo oqala la kade nathi athize khona ke bekashaya khona ke manje umuzo ukuthi ngabe le entry ngokhethekile wayifuna.
My lord, we are getting now to the pointing out only today. Previously, because I need to move, and Advocate Mnisi said he wants to lead me. I can't now run astray. We were dealing with the assault in relation to the day of his arrest and when he made a confession to Colonel Mboto. And the occurrence book that I refer to relate to that. Now we've moved to the 5th. That is the day of the pointing out. I've not commented on the OPs on those days, but I can see in terms of what I've read in terms of the Valeria when he was booked out, and when he was booked in Alberton and booked out to Valeria, that also there he had no injuries. But this is the first time now I'm referring to it. But previously, yes, I've read the OBs, but insofar as the testimony that is before court, being led by Advocate Mnisi, I've only dealt previously with the detention OBs after his first arrest, right up to the time when he went to court for the drug dealing matter on the 1st of June, which contained no injuries. The second part that now I'm dealing with of the pointing out, that starts in Valeria to Alberton, out of Alberton back to Valeria. So far, these ones also, there are no injuries documented.
Athi ke lapho ke uma ngabe khuluma ngokushaka uma kade aphendula ke ngokushaka malana nodaba la kade khona amsolo qala bakathi ushaya khona ke kade khuluma udaba le confession ngifuthi ngesikhathi somsolo qala baboshwa ngaso ke futhi ngesikhathi somsolo qala kade bemvalela ngaso ke ngaphansi kwama holding cells alapho ke kusikhumulo samaphoyisa la tavala khona kuze futhi ngesikhathi lesi baqhamuka ngaphambi kwenkantolo ukuthi lapho kuma efuna kuma occurrence book kwakhona ke lapho ke akukho la kubhalwa khona ke ukuthi umsolo qala washaya khona ke mhlawumbe kade alimele khona ke ngesikhathi kusenzeka zonke igama lezo zokuthi yena ke kade bushiwe wahamba wakusikhumisa amaphoyisa bese ngemuva kwalokho wahamba enkantolo ke futhi yasho konje ukuthi yasho khona njalo ufakazi ukuthi lapho ke umnumzana umnisi uyena damhola ke ngemibuzo ke lapho ke futhi uma ekhuluma ngodaba ke lwale occurrence book lena ke lapho yalbathini futhi nodaba le occurrence book lapho ke eFeleria ke lapho ke uyasho khona ukuthi uma ke ifunda akukho la kubhaliwe khona ukuthi umsolo oqala washaya.
And the reason, my lord, the last part, the reason I'm saying I'm moving them step by step as I'm being led by Advocate Mnisi is because there's no assertion at this stage where I'm being told by Advocate Mnisi that accused number 1 was assaulted to do the pointing out. So that is why I dealt with what he was putting to me, that he was assaulted insofar as the confession that he made to Colonel Mboto. Insofar as this assertion from Advocate Mnisi directly, I have not been told that he's been assaulted, hence I didn't refer to these occurrence books.
Athi sathu nake ngakhuluma ngodaba lalo occurrence book ukuthi akukho labamtshela khona ukuthi ngesikhathi bekahamba ke yokhomba ke lapho ke hamba nomnumzana uColonel Khatebe ukuthi nake washaya ke lapho ke uma ngakepha uma ngabe ukusikhuluma ngodaba ke le confession kula wakhuluma khona ukuthi nake washaya umnumzana lapho ke uColonel Mboto ke ngaphambi ukuthi nake enze kodaba lwakhe le confession kungakho bagcinize kungakho bekakhuluma egciniza kodaba lolana le confession iqala ke ukuthi akukho la kubhaliwe khona ukuthi umsola uqaqala washaywa ngaphambi kokuthi ke enze confession. Kepha kuma sikhuluma ngodaba lolu ke lo pointing out noma udaba lokukhomba ke khona ke lapho ke umnumzana umnizina akakhulumile ngokujulile ekuthizeni ke umsola lapho ke washaywa.
That's my response, my lord.
Thank you, Brigadier. Are you then saying, Brigadier, that as and when the allegations of assault surfaced, you never went to have a look at the Alberton OB just to verify if there were any signs, there were any injuries that accused person could have sustained in the investigation of the case in its entirety, and then you seeing this entry for the first time?
Pardon?
What I'm saying is he then saying that as and when the allegations of assault surfaced, assault on accused number 1 surfaced, he never went on to have a look on this OP entry which relates to the pointing out. He only concentrated on the OP entries which were relating to the confession.
But you're shooting as cut as such a car, leli ke la usona awukaze ubukeke mana udaba lolu pointing out uthi umsola ke washaya ke yini noma akaza ashwaye ashawe kepha kona mana udaba le confession kulabo ugcinize khona ke futhi ubuke khona ukuthi le nkulumo leli qhamukile ezokuthi umsola uqala ke washaya kula kade ugcinize khona ke ubuka ke mayana nodaba le confession,
such that he is seeing this entry for the first time.
Usuthi lapho kona usuthi uyaqala nqa namuhla nje ukubona ke malana udaba lolu lale entry.
So no, the answer is that's not correct, my lord. It's not what I'm saying. So let me deal with it in that sequence. In the collaboration process, after the pointing out, as I indicated, my lord, one of the things that I did was to visit the station myself, and I think I may have dealt with this part. And the copies of the exhibit that Advocate Mnisis is referring me to, in the docket that we disclose to the defense is marked A148. That is exactly that OP from Alberton that indicate that it was handed in under Phosphorus case 636 of 10/2014 with no injuries, and subsequently then booked out by Kenneth Kadebe, booked back again with no injuries, and then booked out by Sergeant Mohani. So I saw it then as part of the investigation. That is why in the docket it's index 148. It was much earlier. My statements, the indexing, my lord, it's over 300 if you look at these volumes. So that was right at the beginning. So I saw it then, I took copies, and they were filed in the docket.
Athi lapho cha lona iqiniso lelo ukuthi lo daba le statement uyaqala ukusibona njengamanje la ngaphambi kwenkantolo adakwe iqiniso ngoba ke statement lesike wanika ke ithimba labameli ke lapho ke wawenza amakhophi bese babanika ke ithimba labameli ke futhi libhalile ngombhalo uthi A148 la kade esho khona ukuthi la kade nake khuluma khona ngodaba lolu olwenza noma udaba lolu lama occurrence booking ngesikhathi umsola kade bemkhipha ngaphakathi kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa esithizeni bemnikeza kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa esithizeni ke lapho ke futhi ngesikhathi kade ahamba kanono Sergeant Mohani khona ke lapho ke kula kade kula khona kubhaliwe futhi ngesikhathi esithi ahamba nomnumzana oGadebe futhi nomnumzana kombotho kula kubhaliwe khona ke futhi ngesikhathi ethe kubhala kulama entry khona ke akukho la kubhaliwe khona ukuthi umsola uqala ke washaya.
Now, the second time, my lord, that we had to visit this exercise was when the original OBs were then requested and presented to this court for the purpose of a trial within trial. And the same OB from this station, the original one now, was obviously presented. And I had to assist in collecting, in making arrangement that such OBs are collected. So that was now the second encounter with this entry, insofar as Alberton is concerned, and Valeria.
Athi lapho ke isikhathi sesibili ke ngesikhathi buka udaba lolu ama OB ukuthi kungesikhathi khona ke inkulumo ngapha icala ngaphakathi kwecala la khona bekhuluma khona ukuthi bafuna ke ama original wala ama copy ke lapho ke thina kula khona kwahamba khona walekelela ethizeni ngathola ke ama originals wala ama copy ethizeni ngaqhamuke nawo noma awalethe ngaphambi kwenkantolo.
And second to the last, my lord, I've said during the process now, in the entire process, be it this time or during the time of a pointing out or during the regular visit, I did not see an entry that indicated that accused number 2 was assaulted. Even on the day when he made such assertions to the presiding officer that he was assaulted by the police officers or SAPD from SAPD Silverton. Even on that day when we conducted investigation in the occurrence books and subsequently the prison, there was no corroboration or independent evidence that we could find that support that assertion.
athi mina nodaba lakamsola uqala ke la kade athi thina washa khona ke futhi nesikhathi ade sibenza kusearch uqala labo uqala eqaleni kufika esikhathini samanje akukho la kubhaliwe khona ngaphansi ko-occurrence ukuthi ke umsola uqala ke washawa ke lapho ke futhi la kade khona ngaphambi esenkantolo ukuthi washawa amaphoyisa ke noma ithimba leziphoyisa laseSilverton akukho la kubhalwe khona ke noma nodaba lolo ukuthi yena ke washawa.
Now lastly, my lord, when I say to Advocate Mnisi, I'm dealing with it now, I don't mean in a sense of it being the first time me having sight of it or commenting on it, because I think I testify about it. I was simply saying, in a manner, the way he's leading me, we only dealt with the assault insofar as his arrest, leading to the confession of Colonel Mboto, where it's alleged that he's being assaulted, which is not true. And in response to that, I dealt with the OBs, dealing with those circumstances up to the 1st of June 2020, when he went to make his first appearance in court. And I'm saying now that we are now moving to the pointing out, which also has details OB as we are dealing with them, that it is the first time, not the first time seeing them, but first time responding in relation to these OBs.
athi-ke mana nodaba lolu ke lokuthi yena-ke bekakhuluma khona-ke njalo mana nodaba le-occurrence book la kade umsola qala bekahamba khona-ke yokhomba khona-ke kuqala bekhuluma ngalo-ke lodaba lolu la ngaphambi kusenkantolo ngoba-ke ngesikhathi kade-ke amphenya noma ngesikhathi kade amhola-ke ngemibuzo kommeli wenu kuqala-ke kukhuluma ngodaba lolu le-pointing out kepha qala kade akhuluma ngodaba lwani udaba le-confession futhi ngesikhathi le-confession ngesikhathi esibekahamba khona-ke njalo-ke kuze kwafinca-ke ilanga lange-1 kaJuni ngomnyaka ka-2020 ngesikhathi lesi beqala ukuvela ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo athi qala kade bekhuluma ngodaba lolu-ke kepha bakaze bakhulume ngodaba lolu-ke le-pointing out.
That's my response, my lord.
Thank you, Brigadier. My lord, I'm requesting an adjournment for lunchtime. Thank you.
What's your time, Mr. Balui?
7 minutes past 1, my lord.
Okay. 2 o'clock. We're talking before we start. This case in Benoni, is it a air extradition of this case?
Oh, in the Free State, Charlotte.
Yeah, what do you think? We're not questioning the judge. I'm just saying the psychology, because just listen to what I think. Because when they were saying they were extraditing this lady, blah, 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 they started by saying the Americans are deporting her because her visa has expired. Do you remember that story?
Yes, but there's always great care not to extradite someone and disguise it as
fine. No, yeah, there you come.
Something
like,
else, yeah.
If you say, but you see, the statement is not that South Africa was extraditing her because they discovered that her visa has expired. They wanted to extradite her for whatever, but I'm saying the Americans themselves were saying she must go because her visa has expired.
Yes, yeah. It's the same as with this renditions case where citizens of Zimbabwe in their country legally, and they are wanted for a for a crime in another country.
Yeah, you can't.
I think once someone is wanted for a crime in another country, you have to extradite.
The formalities.
Yes, you cannot use any other. Even if a person is in the country legally, you can't deport.
No, it's true.
Because that would be disguised.
It's before your time.
Yeah.
The first case about this was an operative of the ANC, 1965. They abducted him from Mozambique. Those are the first groups who went for training.
Yes,
when Mandela, you remember Mandela, after Mkhonto Wesizwe, went to Ethiopia, etc., etc., etc. Walter Sisulu went to China, etc., etc. And then the first recruits came through Tanganyika, walked right up to the border of Mozambique, and then with Natal, because the infiltration was started there in Natal.
Yes, and they were abducted there and brought to South Africa, yes.
Yeah, and that abduction was nullified.
Yes.
They had to, as you say, rendition, they had to take that guy back to Mozambique. Yes. But of course our guys, later on they got clever. They would abduct you in Mozambique and keep you for a month somewhere else. Remember that 90 days law? And then let you walk, and then Gininda would come and arrest you walking on the street. Okay, are we all together now? Yes, you still under oath? Yes, Mr. Minister?
Yes, my lord.
Yeah.
Excuse me, my lord, the interpreter is not here.
Oh, he's not there. No, but I wasn't aware. Where? Commentary.
My apologies, my lord.
Okay, fine. What's your time? Maybe your time is correct. The hours are wrong. What's your time?
Now 4 minutes past.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yes, Mr.
Yes, it is the court, my lord. Thank you, Brigadier. Thank you, Brigadier. You saying then, in your course of the preparation of this case and everything that you had to do with regard to the making of documents, at one point or the other, you did have a look at this entry. That entry of now Alberton occurrence book in exhibit KK, that entry of 317/326.
Athe ngesikhathi athi senza umsebenzi wakho ke futhi wenza kamalungiselelo umsebenzi wakho ke usho ukuthi wayibuka ke incwadi yakho onayo lapha ke Albertini occurrence book.
Yes, I did, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Is there anything of note that you can bring to the attention of this court about that entry?
Anything
of note? But with anything juicy or anything like of note?
But ikhona ngabe khona yini into ke mhlambe ehoha umdlandla lapho ke malana nalama notes onawo la ngaphambi kwakho ngathanda utshele kusenkantolo.
The Alberton entry, my lord, no, I unless then Advocate Minister direct me to what is thinking, my lord. No, I don't see anything, my lord.
Athi cha mala nodaba lapha eAlbertini lale entry yakhona ke kunalutho ngiyibona ngaphandle ukuthi ke ummeli khona lokho angafisa ukuthi ke akhulume ngakho.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, let's go back a bit. On that entry 326 of 345, over 345, on the Fileria entry on the 5th of June 2020, which is made at where the incidentation of that entry is at 8:01. Do you see that?
That's correct, I do see
Yeah.
that.
Athi ngiyabona ke lapha la khona ke malana nodaba lapha eFileria ke ngesikhathi saka 08:01 la entry ka 326 over 345.
That would be the time at which accused number 1 is booked out from Fileria, not so.
But isikhathi ke ebasibhala ngesikhathi kade umsolo oqala ephuma kusikhumulo samaphoyisa saseFileria kusenjalo.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Now that Alberton entry, in example, in exhibit KK, that 317 of 326, that entry is made at 12 o'clock, not so.
That is correct, my lord.
But le entry khona ke ngaphansi kusikhumulo samaphoyisa saseAlbertini ngaphansi ko entry ka 317 bese ithi over 326 bayibhala ngesikhathi saka 12 emini. Athi yebo kunjalo.
And that is when the suspect gets handed in at Alberton, not so.
But lesikhathi umsola bafika ngaso ke ngaphansi kusikhumulo samaphoyisa saseAlbertini akusenjalo yini?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kuyiqiniso.
Thank you. Now, Brigadier, we could not have made any mathematical calculation, but from 8 to 12, it's almost 4 hours, not so.
But here asizenzile ke ibalo kepha ke uqhamuka kwehora la ka 8 ekuseni kuze kufike kwehora la ka 12 emini ke usuka ke amahora ke awu4 akusenjalo yini?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
I'm not a I'm no scientist, but I had to make references to particular information that the distance between Pretoria and Alberton is only 71 kilometers. So,
athina ke ke nake umuntu osebenza ngescience kepha ke umgama noma ibanga elikhona ke phakathi kwePretoria kuze kufike ke Alberton i distance ke leyo ke athi u71 ama kilometers akusinjalo yini?
No, I don't know that, my lord. I don't know the exact distance.
Athi cha ngiyazi ke mina distance iqondile ukuthi oma kilometer awungaki.
no, I'm telling you, 71. I drove. In as much as you went and do the pointing out, your own little inspection in loco at Procedural. I drove from Pretoria, Fileria police station. I drove up to Alberton. It's 71 kilometers.
Athi nanoma ke athi phakathi ngakubuza kepha kade akutshela ke futhi yena akathi uyasho ukuthi nanoma wena kwenza inspection logo yakho ke lapho ke naye ke washayela ke imoto iqhamuka kwisikhumulo samaphoyisa saseFileria kuze kufike lapho eAlberton athi lapho i-distance wayihamba ke u71 wama kilometers.
I hear what counsel
you.
is saying, my lord, but I don't have independent confirmation of such.
Thank you.
Athi ngakuzwa lokho kumila khulumayo.
Thank you, sir. Now, in your common sense, would a person really that leaves Fileria police station, that is 71 kilometers, to Alberton, that is 71 kilometers, really spend a period of about 4 hours on the road driving from Fileria to Alberton police station, a distance of about 71 kilometers?
Athi ke ngokujwayelekile futhi nangomcabango wakho ukuthi umuntu angashela ke amahora ke awu4 ekusukeni noma ukushela phakathi kweFileria eLayihloli kuze kufike ke kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa saseAlberton la ukuthi khona ke distance yakhona ke u71 oma kilometers uma ngabasho njalo ummeli.
So, my lord, it's twofolded. The first part,
Yes.
no. If you take into account the distance, if the accuracy of the kilometer reading is accurate, that distance that I'm being given, the answer will be no. But whether it is not possible for a person to take this distance, I can't say it is not possible because the person that is traveling will be the one knowing what would have been the distraction from point A to point B. And it is Sergeant Mukhane who can indicate what transpired. What I know is that instruction was given to him, and I know that he had to get a backup for the escort. I do not know how long the escort arrived, what time did they leave Valeria to Alberton. So he is in a better position to give an explanation as to why it would have taken so long. But in terms of a straight route, I agree with counsel. But as to whether it is not possible, it is possible, because if you don't have, for example, the backup that you need at the time you want to depart, I don't think it would be logic to take a risk. But I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm simply saying there could have been circumstances that necessitated this number of hours. And Sergeant Mukhane, I think, if he didn't deal with it, he is the person that can actually answer this question, my lord.
Athi ke lapho ke umuntu ongaba selungelweni eliqondile mhlawumbe esiqondile sekuthiza aphenduleke mayelana nodaba lombuzo lokho ukuthi kungani kwathatha ke amahora awu4 ekuthize ngicela befika ke lapho ke ngaphansi kwesikhumulo saseAlberton uma beqhamuka lapha eFileria noma kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa saseFileria la khona ke banga noma mhlawumbe distance ekhona ke lapho ku71 noma kilometers. Athi nami esikhathini esiningi kuya ngokuthi kusube abantu bakhona bengaphansi kwezimo ezinjani ke lapho ke ngoba mhlawumbe yina abangaze bahlangabezana omgaqweni noma kushuthi mhlawumbe ibackup beyikhona noma ibackup kade engekho ezothi ibalekelele lapho ke. Athi umuntu ongakhona ukuthi eze ke aphendule malana nodaba lolo ke lapho ke umnomzana uSergeant Mukhane ngoba uyena kade ahambisa ke umsolo uqhamuka kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa saseFileria kuze kufike lapho kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa saseAlberton.
As it please the court, my lord, may I just request a second or two?
I don't understand. God. Mr. Miss, you want us to adjourn? I can adjourn for 30 minutes.
No, I think I'm fine. Thank you, Brigadier. Accused person says from Filaria when he was booked out at 8:01, he says, although he did not have a watch, but on his estimation of the time at which he was booked out, he can't dispute this time. He says, there was no time that was wasted, because from Filaria he was driven in a Qashqai. He was loaded in a Qashqai.
Athi-ke umsolo oqala-ke ngesikhathi ethi belapha esikhumulweni samaphoyisa sasefilaria ngesikhathi ethi kade bemkhipha khona-ke semzuzu owodwa-ke ngemuva kwehora laka-8 kusasa-ke lapho-ke athina kabakaze bachitha isikhathi esiningi ngemuva kokuthi bekakhishiwe lapho-ke futhi kade beshayela ke ngemoto abayibiza ukuthi iqashqayi.
My Lord, I was not there. I don't know in what vehicle he was driven in. All I can confirm is that at 8:01, he was booked out by Sergeant Mokhane, and in my office, I do not have a Qashqai vehicle.
Athi lapho ke nakanalo ulwazi futhi kade angekho ke kepha ke isikhathi abakade bamkhipha ngaso ke lapho isikhumulweni samaphoyisa saseFiliria umzuzu kungemuva komzuzu owodwa ke bese ngemuva ukuthi bekushaye ihora ke la ka8 kusasa ke lapho ke athi futhi ku-office lakhe ke naka kanayo imoto abayibiza ukuthi iqashqayi.
And then the police who were with him, those that I can remember who booked him out there, it was Mokhane, the one that actually booked him out as per the documents that are before court here, as per the entry. It was Ngamane and there was also a Bongani.
Athi ke amaphoyisa akade amkhipha lapho ke uSergeant Mokhane uNgamane futhi noBongani.
Yeah, but my Lord, I don't know this Ngamane unless then I'm giving names, further details. But what I can refer to is that according to the entry 326 that I'm being referred to, the person who booked the accused number 1 is Sergeant Mokhane, and he signed, and that it's only one person, and I'm referring specifically to say booking out. There are no signatures for 3 police officers. It's only one person, and that person signed, and that's Sergeant Mokhane.
Mokhane is the lady.
It's the male.
I'm sorry, the male.
The male, yes, correct.
And he signed for the booking out.
And he signed, my Lord.
Athi ke malana nodaba olubhaliwe la ngaphaka nomhlaba ufakazi okhona ke malana nodaba lencwadini nakho ukuthi wasayina ke wasayinda ke lapho kumuntu oyedwa ke lapho ke umnomzana koMokhane futhi athi malana uma angathola ke imininingwane egcwele malana nalomncamane ngoba naka athi akamazi uncama ukuthi ubani ke wakuphi.
Yeah, I think we've dealt with that aspect. Accused also did not ask them. In fact, they would not even allow him to ask them, Ngamane, what is actually your real name? Is that an AKA name or is that your real name? As I said, they called him Ngamane, which is the reason why he also refers to him as Ngamane. There was no other name that was provided to him. Sorry. Now, Brigadier, accused is saying, you would recall that at some point, after the pointing out, you took him home to go verify his address, or for whatever reason. He says, the same person, and you were there, according to him. He says, the same person who was driving the motor vehicle that took him home, which is the same Qashqai, is the person that was being referred to as Ngamane. If then, according to if then this person, you did not know him as Ngamane, he is saying, who is that person according to you?
Athi lapho ke ngemuva ukuthi kade akhombile lapho ke kule kade akhomba kona ke umsolo wakhe bese uthatha ke isihlandlo sesibili ke la kade ekweziqiniseko sekhili lakhe khona ke athi kade beshara ke ngemoto babizwe iqashqai futhi lo mlisa uthizeni bakashara ke imoto leyo abiza ukuthi igama iqashqai noma igama layo ekuqashqai kade eshara ke umnumzana loyo ke uNcamane futhi njengofakazi kade okhona ke lapho ke.
In other words, when you say it's Ngamane, he's talking about that person, and it is that same person who was driving the motor vehicle that transported him from Villeria to eventually to Albertine. on the 5th for the pointing out.
athi ke manye amagama ke lo muntu bambiza ngoNcamane ke uyena ke dashayela ke imoto qhamuka kwisikhumulo samaphoyisa saseFileria ngesikhathi ade bemkhipha khona kumsolo oqala mshaya umzuzu owodwa ke ngemuva kwehora la ka-8 kusasa ke bese bamikisa lapho ke ayalukuzana eAlbertine khona ke futhi athi wena ke la ngesikhathi bebaya ihlandlo lesibili ke ekwenzeni isiqiniseko sekhili lakhe nawe njengofakazi bowukhona lapho ke futhi ukhuluma ngalo muntu bekashayela leyo moto leyo bayibiza ukuthi iqhashqhayi.
So, my lord, let me start with the first part. I did not book out accused number 1 to go and verify the address. He was booked out, not by me, and I'll refer to the person who booked him out.
athi yena ke maqala ngeliphuzu leli futhi yena akakaze ke abhukhe out umsolo oqala mhlawumbe abhale phansi ke ngesikhathi bakhipha umsolo oqala ekuthizeni ahambe ukwenza isiqiniseko sekhili lakhe.
No, Brigadier, do not
khona ngalana uyothi abuye alikhuluma.
Do not distort what I'm saying. I am saying to you that accused person says when he went home, when you took home, that is yourself and your team, you were also there. I never said that you booked him out. Who said that? Do not
But if he goes
twist what I
home,
said.
sorry, Mr. Mnisi, please be fair to the witness.
I'm being fair, my lord.
No, let me tell you why you're not fair.
Yes.
If he travels with a witness to Natal who was incarcerated, he must book him out. It's common sense. You don't need to be Mandela.
But my lord, he can't say I said to him.
No, he's not
that-
saying that. Let the witness answer. It's because you stop him from talking. Let him answer whatever he wants. You can cross-examine him until Mandela is resurrected. No problem.
I'm only requesting, my lord, to the witness that he should not twist.
No,
what I'm
let him
putting into
answer,
in.
and then you can tell him where he twists. Now you stop the witness not to talk. Jesus. Yes, sir. What do you want to say?
My lord, I understand, unless my understanding of English is incorrect. Advocate Mnisi says to me, I took accused number 1.
Yes, to Natal.
Took. Taking someone is taking control. And the way that I know how you take control of an accused person, formally, you have to book the person out.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
yes,
how do you take someone under your control? So my understanding, based on the assertion that has been given to me, is that I took control of him, and the formal way of taking control of an incarcerated person, you have to book him out. And that is why I started there, that I did not book accused number 1 to KZN. So that part, starting right from there, it's incorrect.
athi ke khona nephuzu lokuthi nake wakuthatha ke lapho ke adrona ke iqiniso ngoba usho ukuthi mothatha ke umuntu ngokhethekile nohlanga ngokusemthethweni ngokuze siphoyisa kumele ukuthi ubhale phansi komthatha khona kumkhipha uhamba naye ke khona njalo ke athina ngakazi athathe umsolo oqala ahambe naye aye naye kwaZulu Natal.
Secondly, my lord, when the address of KZN was visited, I did not travel with accused number 1. I traveled on my own. He traveled with, he was specifically booked out by Sergeant Mukhane, and the occurrence book of Valeria, Advocate Mnisi can look there. He will see who booked him out, what time was it. I did not travel with those members because I was traveling in my car. Only in KZN, when we met the protection team, did I then move to his address, back to my car, back to Johannesburg. So to say now, I was there when he was taken, and I was there when this member driving Qashqai was, I was not there. I didn't travel with him at any stage, my lord.
athina ngakazi ahambe nawe ngaphakathi kwemoto yodwa mhlawumbe ashayela ahamba nangaphakathi kwemoto yodwa ke kepha isikhathi yena athi ngesikhathi athi nihamba nisiya lapho kwaZulu Natal bekashayela ke imoto yakhe ihambela yedwana wena bohamba ninike ithimba labaseshi becala ke lapho ke athi lana hlangana khona ke noma isikhathi nahlangana ngaso kuyisikhathi lesi athi nifika ngaso lapha kwaZulu Natal bese nihamba nisiya lapha ekini ethizini nenza isiqiniseko sekhili lakho athi ngemuva kwalokho ke bese nabuya futhi wena ke ngesikhathi benibuya ke lapho ke yena wena boshaya nethimba lamaphoyisa noma ithimba labaseshi bezesiphoyisa futhi naye bekashayela ke ngemoto yakhe yedwana akakaze nje ashayele nawo ngaphakathi kwemoto yodwa.
Yes, so Sergeant Mohane, my lord, if it's being suggested now that he was traveling with someone by that name, I think then you'll be in a better position. Because like I said, that is a person we can account for in the books. And I do know there that when we went there, it was for the verification of address insofar as the drug dealing case that he was arrested for. You know, that was handled by Sergeant Mukhola. And Sergeant Mukhola on that day, as the IO of that matter, took the statement from one of the people who were in the house, because that was the purpose. So not that he was traveling with me. That was the area that was being ventilated, and that was done.
athi-ke lapho-ke uma ngaba ngaze kudingeka ukuthi umuntu abe khona-ke azokuthi afakaze-ke mani nodaba lolo ukuthi wena kade uhamba nobani noma kade ushayela nobani ngaphakathi kwemoto-ke ngesikhathi kade nimuka niselapha ekini KwaZulu Natala-ke lapho-ke athi umuntu uSergeant Mogane ongaze afika akhulume nodaba lolo-ke futhi athi kade behamba nawe-ke futhi umphenyi wecala umseshi wecala kade akhona lapho kade uSergeant Mogula ngoba kade behamba nawe bekuyisiqiniseko sakho mayelana nekhili lakho laKwaZulu Natala ngembangela yecala leli kade unaloko lokudayisa idakamizwa noma lokutholakala kophethe idakamizwa kuwena.
That's my response, my lord.
Yathona ke impendulo yakhe leyo, my lord.
Thank you.
Sorry, my lord. Accused number 1 has raised his hand.
Thank you, Brigadier. We're not there, we're here. These policemen, Mogane, Ngamane, and Bongani, amongst others, were accompanied by, he says, the normal traffic cops.
Athi-ke umsola lamaphoyisa ke bona uNcamane uBongane noMogane kade ephelekezwa ke abezesiphoyisa bezomgwaqo.
That is, the minute he was booked out at that time, that is 1 minute past 8 o'clock, they hit the road and they were accompanied by the normal traffic cops.
Athi-ke ngemuva ukuthi bamkhipheke kuma-holding cells alapho ke Filiria yena-ke kade behamba-ke noma kade ephelezwa-ke amaphoyisa ezomgwaqo futhi bashayela ngokuphazima kweso-ke ngemuva kokuthi bamkhiphile kuma-holding cells aseFiliria.
I'm listening, my lord.
Thank you,
Bongilalele.
Brigadier. Now, from Filiria, they drove to Foslo.
Athi ngesikhathi kade besuka ke Filiria bashayela baze bagcina befika ke Fosloras.
He says to me, that is that little place where you found him in the company of Mogula. That little packing there at the police station, you know, at the premises of the police station. They again, this team took him there.
Athi-ke kula khona kona wahlaka naye ke khona la kade kumisa khona ke imoto lapho ke kulesikhumulo samaphoyisa kule ndawo ahlangana kuyona kathi kula maphoyisa amikisa khona ke lapho ke.
I'm listening, my lord.
Athi kulalele.
They assaulted him.
Athi bamshaya ke lapho.
They assaulted him in order to pressurize him to agree to the pointing out that would have been done a little later on that day.
Athi ngalo kilanga lelo ke baqala bamshaya bamshaya bese ekuthizeni ngemuva ukuthi bamshayeke bese kagcina sekavuma ukuthi uzohamba nabo ke wakhomba la kade ewatshengisa khona noma kade la ewakhombisa khona.
My lord, just for me to understand, is the session that is being assaulted in front of the police station? Because that's where I met him on the 30th. Is that now the inference that during the day, because he was booked out at 1 minute past 8, it's daylight, he is taken there in front of the police station, at the parking lot of the police station? Am I being told that he was assaulted there by Sergeant Mogane and these traffic cop members? Before I answer, my lord.
Athi ngaphambi kokuthi ke ngiphendule malana nodaba lenkulumo leyadumile qhambisile ukuthi yena ke bamkhipha ke ngemuva komzuzu owodwa ke emqhezesha ihora laka 8 kusasa ke kade khona ke lana bekhanya ke vele ngelanga lelo ke bese bamnikisa lapho lokuzana isikhumisa amaphoyisa bese usho ukuthi wasala ngaphambi kwesikwe lapho kade phaka khona ke noma kalade khona kumisa khona ke imoto ke ukuthi ngaphandle komasango esakhiwo sesiphoyisa la athi khona ke nawashaya ushosha ke Mogane Ncamane futhi noBongane noma.
Let me take instruction in that regard. Brigadier, accused is saying to me that, and I'll come and address the court in that regard, that yes, indeed, this is the same spot area where he got assaulted, but it is not like it's an open place. This place is a little bit obscured. He's trying to explain it to me. I can't fathom how that place looks like, except an inspection in loco. I don't think me and the court will be, and whoever that is interested in this case, will be in a position to know how that place looked like, because we don't want to create an impression that he was assaulted in an open field, like in an open field where everybody could see. He says it is an obscured place. It is on those bases, my lord, that because I find it very hard to imagine how that place is. I'm going to request that this court should go and hold an inspection in loco of that place, because I want to counter that argument that says, how possible is it that it could have been assaulted in an open place? I want accused person to come and show this court, come and show me as his counsel for my argument later on that this is the spot that I was referring to. Without an inspection in loco, it will remain an imaginary place for me. Thank you.
Kade yasho mayana nodaba lolu imanoma mayana nodaba lwendawo la kade khona ke umsola oqala athena kwashaya khona ke ithimba lezi siphoyisa ke athi ke ummeli ngesikhathi kumtshela ngendalo noma umchazela ngendalo akaze ayizwisise kahlehle ngoba akanawo umfanekiso anawo la ngicabanga yona ukuthi mhlawumbe indawo ijangakala njengendawo enjani ke leyo ke ngoba ke ngaphandle ukuthi inkantolo imvumele noma ngaphandle ukuthi inkantolo imvumele yebo ethizeni yena ke ummeli ukuthi inkantolo futhi nethimba abeshushise futhi nabameli nawo ke njengomsolo oqala besenehambe lapho ke uyositshengisa ke yona ke indawo le ukuthi ngabe indawo ejangakala kanjani kuba ngabe soyibukile indawo le kepha athina ke indawo leno kade kungasiyo indawo evulekile ukuthi nanoma kubani noma ubani angaze akubone ke ngesikhathi boshaka ethimba zesiphoyisa ongaphansi kwaleyo ndawo leyo ke.
So, but Brigadier, will hear the court's views in that regard. But the essence of the of his story is that same spot area where you found him when he was being prepared to go to Simboto on the 30th. That's the same precinct. That's the same precinct.
Athi indawo yona ke loyona iyona ndawo kade ngesikhathi bombona ngelanga la nge30 ngaphambi ukuthi ahamba ohlanga nombotho ke iyona indawo ade kuyiyona indawo amshela kuyona ke.
So my lord, I'm going to answer this way because I'm really having a difficulty following this version that is constantly changing. I was under the impression, based on what was put to me yesterday, that accused number 1 was taken to a municipality building, contrary to me saying I met him on the parking lot of the police station. That was what I said, and I was told no, he was taken to the municipality building, and that is where he was assaulted, and at some stage when the plastic bag was removed from his face, he saw me there. So now I'm being told he's now taken to the police station, which is what I'm being said. So that's the first part I want to deal with, because then I find difficulty to reconcile the two versions that I was told.
Athi ufakazi ukuthola kunzima thanda ukuthi kube nzima ke kuthizeni ngaphendula amanodaba lolo ke ngoba uhlangothi oqala liqhamkile noma inkulumo uhlangothi oqala liqhamkile ukuthi nakwamthatha bamikisa ke kwebhelidi la kamasipala ke la washa khona bese bamqeqa ngeplastic la kena ke ebusweni ke ngesikhathi bekasha khona njalo bese mabaqeda ukukhipha iplastic kena ke ebusweni ke kwathi ufakazi kula beqala kulabo thizeni baqala uhlanga naye khona ke lapho ke kepha manje inkulumo siyabuya futhi yashintsha ke khona njalo usho ukuthi ke bathi imali nenkulumo yamanje noma amanodaba lonkulumo iqhamukile esikhathini samanje ukuthi lapho ke yena ke kade behlanganele ngaphambi noma kwisikhulu kusakhiwo noma kwindawo ezesiphoyisa la kuma khona ke imoto.
Now, secondly, my lord, the place where I met him, and I even tried to explain to the court the sequence of how that structure looked like. I said it's a parking lot, which is part of the police station. It's in front of the police station, and I indicated that as you go down, and when we're dealing with this part, I said it's a shopping center. It's
Now, wait, don't be fast.
Athi mana iphuzu lesibili ke uma ekhuluma
Interpret.
All right.
athi mana nedaba lephuzu lesibili ke la athena kufakazi wahlangana khona ke nomsola khona ke ukuthi kula khona kuma khona ke imoto ngaphambi kwesakhiwo zesiphoyisa. Athi uma ngabe wehla ke ngomgwaqo lapho ke kunendawo ke lapho thi shopping complex noma shopping mall la khona ke izitolo zahlukene abantu abavamile bathenge khona ke lapho ke.
And I've said next to that, my lord, that is where the municipal offices will be, and then next to that then is the Phosphorus Court. That is now going down towards the police station. Then it's a Phosphorus Court.
Athi ke uma ngabe uqhamuka lapho kule ndawo abantu bathenga kuyona ke shothi shopping complex noma imall eseduze nendawo leke lapho ke athi yathi inkantolo elapho ke eduze kwakhona uma soqhamuka uhamba umgwaqo lo ke bese ngemuva kwenkantolo la khona qala khona ke imizi yase Phosphorus.
No, it's Phosphorus Court.
Yes.
Now, after Phosphorus Court, my lord, adjacent towards the right-hand side, that's where Phosphorus Police Station is. And in front of the police station, right at the beginning, there are parking. So I met him right there at the start of the parking. Now, in that space, my lord, there is no obstruction. There is no building. There is no tree. In fact, that place is paved. It's parking lot that is made for cars to park, even for civilians who are coming there or possibly even going to court. There is no obstruction. That is where I met him, and that is a place I refer to. And now, if the assertion is that he was taken there on the 5th of June, prior 2020, prior to making the pointing out, and assaulted, it will be difficult for me to understand, my lord, because that parking where I met him, the entrance even of the civilian walking on foot and cars uses that entrance. It's during the day. How do police officers go and assault someone else in that place? Because that's where I met him, and he's now saying we met at the police station, he was taken there and he was assaulted by these members, contrary to what I was told yesterday about the municipality.
Cha lapho khona ke silungiswa engathanda ukuthi ngibuye ngisenzeke khona njalo ke athi uma uqhamuka lapho kule shopping complex akhona ke futhi lapho eduze nakhona kunenkantolo bese ngale kwenkantolo khona ke lapho isikhumulo samaphoyisa esikhona ke lapho ke athi uma ngabe ulapho ke uma ubuka khona ke njalo ke indawo nje leke evulekile futhi yakhiwe ngesakhiwo esikahleke lapho ke athi lapho isikhona isihlahla trees athi akukho ihlahla indawo nje evulekile uma ngabe umuntu oyedwa ngaze aye khona ke ayibuka kahle indawo yakhona ke athi lokho kungenza kanjani ukuthi ke umuntu bamshaye ngaphambi kwendawo nje evulekile ngoba athi kula khona ke abantu abavama ukuthi bayenkantolo bamise khona ke imoto zabo ke lapho ke ngaphambi kwesikhumulo salapho ke police station futhi nabantu abavama ukuthi baye lapho police station bamisa khona ke imoto zabo lapho ke noma bayihambela ngeenyawo nje kuphela indawo noma ihlangothi abantu basebenzise uma ngabe beyakhona ke lapho ke ngaphakathi lesikhumulo samaphoyisa ke lapho ke athi lokho yena akakutholi kahle ukuthi kungeke kuqhamuke kanjani ethizini wathi umsolo wakhe lapho ke washaywa eshaywa ngaphambi kwendawo evulekile futhi athi uma olaphana ke eduze ne police station noma eduze nenkantolo athi alikho ke ibhilidi elikhulu lapho ke elikhona ke ngoba le ndawo lena ke indawo nje evulekile nje futhi lapho ke athi akula ukuthi umuntu bangaze bamshaya beshaya ke imini elangahlabile ke lapho ke futhi khona abantu athi beqa bedlula ke lapho ngoba thina isikhathi soqala bekahlangana naye ngesikhathi lesi imoto kade kuyona ke ime lapho ke le parking yakhona ke ngaphambi kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa.
So in essence, my lord, I'm saying I hear what the advocacy minister is saying, but I'm having difficulty with these inconsistencies. However, I was not there, and like I said, Sergeant Mokhane and the members who escorted him, I think, can deal with it better.
Athi futhi kokugcina ke lapho ke nakade angekho ke ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokho ke kepha kuSergeant Mokhane futhi namanye kamathimba ezesiphoyisa noma ithimba labasisho ezesiphoyisa yakhe yibona ke bangaze bafike bakhulume ke ngalo ke udaba lolo ke.
Brigadier, let me just correct one misconception, a terrible impression that you're painting in the mind of the court, that this is a contradiction. When I spoke about this place, I spoke about it as a place known as a gold spot. I never said it's a municipal building. I said it's a gold spot where there's a police station, municipal offices, a place where small dustbins are kept. There are traffic cop offices. There's also a court, and then there's also a tiny home affairs office. I never spoke about the municipality building. In other words, it's just a complex. It's a complex. So there was no truth that was distorted there.
As a court, please, my lord. That's how I understood it as well as the witness says. I think the best thing would be to play back the tape. My understanding was that the accused was taken to this spot called Golden Spot.
What is the golden spot? What is it? No, Mr. Minister, you must take instructions if necessary. What is the golden spot?
That is the name of that complex, man.
Oh, yeah, fine. So it's a golden spot. They call it the Golden Spot Complex. Golden Spot.
My lord is confirming. This was not a secret.
Okay,
That's
fine.
why I had to talk to him very loud so that the court can hear.
So it's a golden spot.
He says it's a gold spot. Basically, it's a gold spot complex.
Gold Spot Complex.
Yes.
And what does it comprise of, this Gold Spot Complex?
The thing that I've referred to.
What does it comprise? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
My lord, I think the best thing is just to go and have an inspection in loco of that place.
Okay, fine.
Because Mr. Sibia is saying he wants to draw me and indicate what is it that is there. He's not an architect. I think the best thing is just to go there and have an inspection in loco.
So you can't describe the area. You can describe
No, he
it
can't.
when he
because
sees
he's-
it.
he's
Okay,
saying that-
wait. No, it's easy. They didn't fly there. They drove there. Kininda, you want to tell me you can't describe where we had you have driven your car there
Yes, my lord.
and you enter. There must be a gate. There must be a road. There must be buildings. You want to tell me an adult like you and him can't describe that there's a road, it's a tarred road, or it has got potholes because our township roads are like that. And this road next to it, it's 4-roomed houses or RDP houses, and you go, and then there is a shopping complex, and this shopping complex comprises of 3 complexes. Here it's a butchery, it's a bottle store, it's a grocery shop. Please, we live in the location. You can describe that. You can't describe that.
I can, my lord.
And then you told me there's a taxi rank there. So you can't describe that.
I can, my lord.
No,
But-
wait. He must describe it because he says he can.
No,
If you
but
want us to go there, we'll go there.
No, but my lord, another point is,
Yeah.
it is not only him that must describe the
Yeah,
place.
but you
It's
said he's
also
not
the
an architect.
accused. But then accused is saying he wants to draw it, but still.
No, fine. He must explain it first before he can draw it. Must tell me there's a toilet there.
And then I think he
And
must
then
get
these
into the
toilets are
witness box and explain
facing
it.
the west. And then there's there's a parking lot here, and this
Yes.
parking lot has got mezzanine tiles, or it's cemented, and then the court is there, and then the window of the magistrate is facing whatever, something like that.
No, thank you, but then I'm going to request that then he gets into the box just for this
No, I want Mr.
inquiry.
Brigadier Gininda to describe what he says he met the accused. He says he met him there, not on the 30th. Eh?
Yes.
Not on the day you went to Natal.
No. It was on the 30th, the first time
On the
when I met him.
30th. Yeah,
of
you must
May.
describe for me where you met him. What is there,
Yes.
Mr. Baloyi?
I just wanted to assist because I think we're at cross purposes. Brigadier Gininda is talking about the place at the police station, in front of the police station where he made the accused. But
Right.
he says the proposition that was made to him is that he didn't meet the accused there in front of the police station, but at a different place here at the Golden Spot.
Right.
And this is also according to my note that they say they took the N3 and then they took the off-ramp to the township of Vosloorus.
Right.
They drove to some municipality, to a place called Gold Spot. It houses the police station, municipality, Department of Home Affairs, and Traffic Department. Then the next part is important. They went to a parking next to a police station. He was ordered to disembark from the vehicle. So it's at a place next to a police station. That's the point that Brigadier Gininda is trying to make. He can describe where he met him, but that's not the proposition that was put to him yesterday. And he's at pains to say the proposition that was put to him is at variance with the proposition that is being put to him now.
Mr. Baloyi, Mr. Nisi, what do you say? Mr. Baloyi says the propositions are now different.
My Lord, exactly
What's that?
what Mr. Baloyi is, what Advocate Baloyi is saying.
This is what you put to.
That is what I said.
Oh, it's exactly that.
It is exactly
Okay,
that.
fine.
But then Brigadier Gininda says it's a contradiction because I said to him,
fine,
accused
we'll
was taken to a municipal area.
We'll come to Gininda. But you are saying what Mr. Baloyi reads from the record
Yes.
is what you put to Gininda.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. It's on page what in the records, ma'am, sir?
No, this
this
it's just my own note.
Oh, it's your own notes. Okay, fine. So you, Mr. Nisi, you are saying Gininda is adding other things.
He is saying what is being put to him now.
Yeah.
It's a contradiction because I told him of a municipality area. That is the reason why I then said to him, Brigadier, let us correct the misconception here. I never said accused was taken. You met him at a municipality area. I said you met him at an area called Gold Spot.
Yeah, okay,
that
fine.
houses this and this and this.
Fine,
and
there
this
are
and
two
this.
versions.
Yes.
Accused number one's version is that Gininda met him where?
At the place that is described by Advocate Baloyi,
Which is what?
which is a place next to it's somewhere around the police station parking lot around
Somewhere
there.
around police station parking lot.
Yes.
Okay. Is that where Gininda
And I don't
met?
know how does that look like, my lord.
Yeah, even I don't know.
Yes.
Right? Is that your client's version? Eh?
Yes. Yes, my
And
lord.
Gininda's version, what is your version? Where did you meet accused?
Yes. Thank you, my lord.
Your
My lord,
version.
my lord, I met him on the parking lot of Vosloorus police station,
Parking lot,
right in front of the beginning of the Vosloorus police station.
Vosloorus police station.
Yes, and the police station, my lord, is not part of any center.
It's a self-standing building.
It's a self-standing building. The closest building to it, it's the court, which is adjacent. That's why I said if the police station is standing here, counsels or lawyers who've been to Vosloorus court, they will know exactly what I'm saying. Police station is down there. They are parking. As you go up, the closest building that you find, it's Vosloorus Magistrate Court. It's not part of any center. And that is where I met him. Now, going back to my understanding, sorry
Okay.
kade manje wakhuluma lolu daba lolo ukuthi nahlangana kuphi-ke nendawo oqala ngesikhathi benihlangana-ke nomnumzana okuwufakazi ubrigadier Gininda lapho-ke athi ngesikhathi bekaqala ukuhlangana nomsola wokuqala ngelanga lange-5 ne u-31st
No,
30th ngelanga lange-30 zakaJuni zakaMeyi athena-ke lapho nahlangana ngaphambi kwesakhiwo sezesiphoyisa salapho-ke Fosloras athi lapho-ke nahlangana ku-parking lot yakhona-ke la kuma khona-ke imoto-ke athi ibhilide eliseduze-ke ne-police station salapho-ke Fosloras-ke athi inkantolo kamantshi omncane-ke lapho-ke noma i-magistrate court iyona eseduze-ke lapho-ke futhi athi abameli esele baye-ke lapho-ke bothi bazwisise ukuthi ngikhuluma ngani-ke lapho-ke athi phakathi kwalamabhilidi amabili kula kuvame ukuthi kume khona-ke imoto zabantu-ke ekuvame ukuthi noma abantu abavame ukuthi bahambe baye enkantolo noma e-police station ke lapho-ke kepha wathi umeli-ke lapho mala nodaba lolo-ke thina-ke asikaze saba lapho-ke futhi asazi ukuthi umsolo oqala ukukhuluma ngani-ke kungakho bacela inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi imvumele ukuthi yena-ke bona-ke futhi inkosi yenkantolo ihambe iyobona-ke le ndawo ukuthi abe mhlambi yindawo esingayichaza sithi indawo ejankana njengendawo enjani-ke uma ngabe siyikhuluma noma sikhona ukuthi sidobe isithombe sayo la emcabangweni ethu uma ngabe sesibonile ukuthi indawo ngabe yindawo enjani-ke ngoba umsolo oqala bekafisa ukuthi ahlale phansi kadobeleke ummeli ukuthi yindawo lena enezakhiwo ezihamba ngale ndlela lena-ke bezothi ummeli cha wona-ke awuyena-ke umdwebi wezindlu-ke ngeke khone ekuthizeni-ke usize noma usilekelele ekuthizeni indawo ejakala njengendawo enjani-ke leyo.
Sorry, Mr. There's an application by Mr. Mnisi that we should have an inspection and look. Is it necessary? Because the courts, I don't even have to read the law. I've done it in the past. The court is obliged to conduct an inspection and look if the court itself does not correlate with the information which is presented to it. But if the court can make sense of that information, it may not be necessary.
Yes.
Are you saying we should have an inspection in loco?
Well,
That evidence must be critical and vital.
Yes, yeah. Mara, speaking for the state, I don't think it's necessary to have an inspection in loco for two reasons. Firstly, the defense for accused number 1 and Brigadier Gininda talk about two different places.
Oh.
But secondly, I think if it's necessary, video recording of the place or photos of the place can be taken and presented here in court. It's unnecessary to drive all the way just to go and view the place.
athi inkosi yenkantolo kuza-ke kumshwithimba labashushisa mhlawumbe
Let's hear your
kumshwishisa
colleagues,
ngaphambi kwinkosi
Mr.
yenkantolo.
Ramsepi and Mr. Ngumalo. What's your view? Because you guys say you are charged in the furtherance of a common purpose, you must also have a view, or you must be afforded an opportunity
My Lord,
if you want to address the court.
I'd like to believe, my Lord, that if like the court correctly says, if it correlates and understand what is talked about, there may be no need for an inspection in loco. But here the issue is different, my Lord. I do not believe that Advocate Mnisi and Constable Gininda are speaking a disparity. They are talking maybe different language, but they're talking about the same place, my Lord. What I understood from the evidence from yesterday, Advocate Mnisi said, accused number 1 was taken at this particular place. It's called Gold Spot, and it has the following other official businesses, which is Home Affairs, Police Station, Court, and Municipality Building. But the gist of it is that they met outside the precinct of the police station. Even the line of cross-examination says they met outside the precinct of the police station. Okay. So the need for an inspection in loco, Mr. Mnisi will motivate it and I'll support it. But the point is this, my Lord, we also have modern tools. We've got modern tools that can bring the technology to court and view the particular area here in court.
All right, let's hear your colleague.
I'm in support of my colleague's submission, Mr. Ramsepel, because I think the issue here it's a spot where Brigadier Gininda met the accused vis-a-vis what the accused is saying. So I think that's where this whole issue is about.
Yeah, but you guys are leaving out the most critical thing. the evidence of Brigadier Gininda is this, that it is impossible for me to have met accused number 1 where he says I met him and where he says he was assaulted, because in the periphery of that very spot where I met him, there are shops, there's traffic, there are taxis. How could these police assault the accused number 1 in the open side of what is happening there? There's traffic, there's transport, there are taxis, there are people coming into court on feet. Am I correct, or I heard something else?
No, insofar as, my lord, the shops, actually Advocate Mnisi even went to a point of saying that during this time it was COVID lockdown.
Yeah,
because
I heard that.
I was describing this municipal building that is next to the center to say the place he was referring me to, and that's why I was of the view, my lord, that is a different spot, because you can't misplace the police station with the municipal offices. The municipal offices and the offices of the traffic corps, because in that building that I was referred to, are independent from the South African Police Service police station. So I understood that the version of Advocate Mnisi of accused number 1 is that we were here next to this municipal building, which is next to the center, and that is why I made reference to say there are shops there are taxis, there's a see-through fence. I would not have given that description if the understanding was very clear that we met at the police station, because you can't mistake, my lord, the police station, Fosoras police station, with the municipality building. Those are two different structures. Municipal building and the traffic officers building, offices, are not the same as the police station. There's no misunderstanding. So I understood that we met at this municipality structure, and that's where the assault took place, contrary to where I said I met him. That was my understanding.
Yes,
May
sir.
I respond, my lord?
Hello? Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. I think the court came out with a very critical point, which my 2 colleagues here have missed out. Because accused says the place where he got assaulted, it is not an open place. It's not like the police took him and stop at an open place where everybody else would come or can come or would see what is happening when they are passing by. I don't think the police are so stupid, my lord, to actually have done that. So, sorry.
Apologies, my lord. I did not even interpret for the accused persons.
Okay, thank you.
Ukhona ke inkulumo leqhamukile ukuthi ke ummeli kade acela ke ummeli kamsolo qala ke futhi umsolo wesithathu ukuthi inkosi enkantolo imvumele ngokukhethekile futhi nangokulungile futhi nangokusemthethweni ke ekuthizeni ke thina ke sihambe futhi nenkosi enkantolo neteam abeshushisi futhi nabameli benu ke sihambe siyobheka kahle kahle indawo yakhona ke le athi umsolo qala wahlangana khona ke nomnumzana okufakaza ubhekade yagcinela ngesikhathi ukuthi kubaqeda kumshaya noma ngaphambi ukuthi yona kashaya noma ngemuva ukuthi bakashaywe lapho ngamaphoyisa la kume khona ke ngendawo ukuthi wahlangana khona ke kwindawo yena ke angazi ukuthi kade kwindawo engenjani kuba ngabe angazi ayichaze ke ngokukhethekile ke bese inkosi enkantolo yabuza ke kumshushisi ukuthi ngabe kusemqoka yini lokho ekuthizeni eyavume mana nesicelo sakamelweni eqhamuke naso ke athi ke nake yebo akabona ukuthi kubalekile lokho ekuthizeni ke sihambe siyobheka ke indawo leko kepha ke uma ngabe inkosi enkantolo ngavumela ekuthizeni baletheke ithombe mhlawumbe bathule ke ivideo incane isikhangiso sevideo lapho ke bese wasethela ngaphambi konke enkantolo bese basihlaleke lana ke bese asitshengisa ukuthi yena kahle kahle ngesikhathi beyahlangana ke nofakazi wahlangana kuphi ke nofakazi noma washaka kuphi ke amaphoyisa la thena ke amshaya ke khona ke lapho ke futhi washo khona njalo ukuthi lapho ke bese wabuza ke abanye abameli ukuthi bona ke bayibona kanjani ke indaba le bese wathi abanye abameli nabo bahambisana futhi inkulumo kaMnumzana uMnisi ke lapho ke kepha wabuya futhi wakhuluma khona njalo inkosi enkantolo yasho ukuthi mangabe lokho kunesidingo sako kumele ukuthi lapho ke mhlawumbe inkulumo yakhona ke ihambisane futhi ibe nesihlahla esikhethekile uma beyikhuluma ke inkulumo yakhona ke lapho ke bese yabuya ubuza kumnumzana okhona njengofakazi la ngaphambi kunkosi enkantolo ukuthi zina asitshele mana nendawo le ukuthi ngabe mhlawumbe indawo ejangala noma indawo enjani ke leyo ke bese wayikhuluma ukuthi lapho ke amabhilidi la amabili ke le office la kamasipala ke ibhilidi lapho ke elimele futhi engekho engekho seduze nelokuzana nesikhumulo samaphoyisa futhi nebhilidi lamaphoyisa ke lapho ke nalo ibhilidi lapho ke eliyimele futhi elingasondelene nebhilidi lakamasipala ke futhi washo njalo khona ke uthi lapho ke khona ke parking lot ekhona ke ngaphandle kulabona abahlangana khona ke lo parking lot yakhona ke lapho ngaphandle futhi asho ukuthi lapho ke khona ke ucingo olukhona ke futhi lo cingo lo yakhona ubone ngale kwalo mhlawumbe ifence yakhona ke lo fence leyo ke uyakhona ukuthi ubone ngale kwayo futhi lokho yena ke amangaza ukuthi lapho ke bangamshaya kanjani ke umuntu ngoba kade kusemini ke ngesikhathi bahlangana ke futhi futhi le ndawo lena ke indawo esetshenziswa ke abantu abaningi ke lapho ke indawo yakhona.
Thank you, madam. Brigadier Kininda would try the best that he can to describe that place, to give a picture that will indicate that any person who would have passed there would have seen what was happening. Accused person, on the other hand, is saying it is not an open place. It is a secluded place. It's not like everybody that passes there would have seen what was happening. So it's difficult, my lord, to reconcile these two divergent views, except physical inspection. And physical inspection is difficult to understand as to exactly how that place looked like. You can bring all the technological gadgets that Mr. Ramusipili is talking about, but without physical inspection, and it is not even necessary that accused number 2, 3, 4, and 5 should go there because this has got nothing to do with
it. That's not the law. Once I do that, they'll say this judge is mad.
As it pleases the court, my lord.
All the accused must be before the court. And if the court decides to sit on a tree, the accused themselves must also sit on that tree.
Yes, thank you, my lord. So
is that not so, sir? Mr. Mumal? Otherwise, the court is not properly constituted. And that's an irreconcilable, irremediable irregularity which vitiates the proceedings.
My lord, I therefore, we can play the record so many times, but playing the record at the same time will not really obviate the howness of that place looks
okay,
like.
Fine.
Because at the end of it all, my lord, it will be my duty on behalf of this accused person to make certain admissions before this court, my lord. So I cannot make those submissions from nowhere. They need to be based on a particular thing, my lord. And I cannot imagine how that place looks like now. I would therefore beg the court, in the interest of administration of justice and in the interest of fairness, just trial on behalf of this accused person, my lord, that the court exercises its discretion to go and view that area. Otherwise, I'll go there myself, but being there alone, that would not be a court. What I would have observed there alone, then it means I would have to go in there and take the stand and tell the court how that really looks like. That will be valueless, my lord.
How many of us have attended an inspection in loco? Mr. Balui?
I once did, my lord.
I also have.
The doctor? Hello?
I have not attended.
Oh, so you imagine the evidence. Okay, fine.
I've never had.
Hello?
I've never attended one.
Mr.
I've attended.
How long will it take us to travel to
First Flores, that place? I think we've got members here that are from First Flores who can assist, man.
No, yeah, because there are people who are being housed here. Is that not so?
Correct me.
If they were all housed at Mother B, you know?
Yes.
How many are housed at Mother B?
It's one, it's accused number 1.
So everybody is housed there?
Yes, they're mostly here in Jose Mampuru, I think maybe in Liokop, Johannesburg. So in Mother B, it's only accused number 1.
So it will take us the whole day to travel. I heard you guys trying to travel imaginary distances. You don't even make provision that there could have been an accident. Yes. Or a plane could have landed on the highway. Have you thought about that one?
Yes, my lord. That is why I said circumstances may have prevailed, and Sergeant Mokhane is the one that can best.
So how do, let's have
No,
a,
but that is irrelevant, Brigadier.
Let's have- let's
Why
have-
do you factor in what Mohale could have done?
Let's have-
Please,
wait,
just
wait,
be
wait.
ethical. Now, you'll be crying that people do not respect you when you yourself don't respect yourself.
Can
What is
we-
the relevance of Mohane's evidence in terms of what this court has just said now?
okay, let's be organized.
Just be ethical.
Let's have that inspection in loco. What time do we have it?
My Lord, I think the first thing, proper security arrangements. will
Yeah,
have to
that's the
be
thing.
made.
Another thing, yeah.
So
Jesus.
once that is in place, then we can arrange that. I think perhaps we might need a day or two just to make those proper security arrangements. Hopefully the place still looks the same as it was then, because then
Yeah, the possibilities.
there will be
we-
no point if it looks
People might
different.
have vandalized it. We vandalized buildings in South Africa. Maybe it's no longer there. Even the police station, maybe it's no longer there. They've banned it.
Yeah, but
And the municipality offices also may be banned
Yeah.
because they want to ban the evidence of stealing.
yes, but the suggestion of video recording, to me, that is
It's
the
the
best
best.
option.
Mr. Mnisi says it won't show anything.
My
The
Lord, I
video.
think,
So somebody takes a video camera.
My Lord, I think whilst we're making that arrangement, because that is just but a particular point in my cross-examination, I think in the meantime, I can proceed with my cross-examination, but having in mind that at some point we'll have to go and view that place.
Okay.
Yes.
What's your time there, Mr.?
It's 3:10, my Lord.
Okay, let's adjourn until tomorrow then. So,
Yes.
but you will continue with the cross-examination.
As it please the court.
My Lord,
Yeah.
if I may say, my Lord,
Yes, sir.
and I'm saying this with greatest respect to Advocate Mnisi, I'm really taking exception for his, because I'm struggling even to find the right word, because I really I regard his utterances, the last ones that he made towards me, in terms of ethics, as disrespectful, and is not maintaining the decorum of this court, my Lord, because I was asked to comment by the court. It's not me who just came in while he was talking, and I don't understand how could it be unethical of me to respond to the court, because the court invited me to say something and I've said it. So his really acerbic statements, as Advocate Baloyi have said, are really not sitting well with me, my Lord, and I really want to plead with him that please, I don't take kind to what he's saying. I think it's uncalled for. I really think it's unnecessary. Can he really try to contain himself? And
May I respond, my Lord? May I respond?
this is the thing, my Lord, I'm not even done. You see,
Yes,
this is,
because he'll never be finished, Kininda. May I respond, my Lord?
He
The
says,
court
he says it's not yet finished. He says so, not me. Yeah, you're saying?
This is the point, my Lord. These are the things that I'm saying, that I understand that we are here simply to assist the court to come to a finding. There is nothing personal from me towards Advocate Mnisi. I simply request the same treatment from him. And I do not think it's respectful and also maintaining the decorum of this court that when the court is talking to me, he then jumps in and wants to criticize me for answering what the court is asking me, my Lord, or asking me to comment. That's all I need to say, my Lord.
Yeah, fine. Let's hear you.
My Lord, the court is busy talking about arrangements for the inspection in loco. Then the court, amongst others, says, have you ever heard about a train that has fallen onto a freeway, or a plane that has fallen into on a freeway? That is outside the context of the testimony that we've been busy with. Then there comes Kininda. He says, just like what could have happened to Mohale when he took accused from Fileria to phosphorus. What was the relevance of that, my Lord? What was really the relevance of it? Because the court was not there. The court is just making a very wide example, which is why I said to Brigadier Kinin, can you please be ethical? We don't talk about, this is not the stage at which we're talking about the merits of the, why do we have to factor in that point? What is it that is trying to plant into the mind of the court? And I said to him, next thing he'll be crying about him not being respected when he himself does not respect himself. And I said to him, that is unethical, and it is indeed unethical. Thank you.
When are you guys going to start respecting each other? You know, this trial is watched by the whole of South Africa, I'm told. And they can see how us blacks, and when I mention blacks, people will say, hey. I mean, it's us doing all this. So when are we going to respect each other? Because we all are supposed to be officers of the law. And we all are charged with this case to do our best of the roles which this case forces us to undertake. You as the investigator, he as the prosecutor, me as the judge, and the defense advocates here. And then they accuse themselves, and even the audience listening, as to how do blacks conduct courts. Because it's about blacks. We told you, these guys can't run this country. Look what they're doing. And I read what these guys, I read the other day, and people thought, I'm wasting time to say how we must behave. And I'm not going to read it today. I'll read it again tomorrow morning. How we should respect each other, treat each other with respect. That's it. Any comments, Mr. Balui, about the conduct of us, all of us here?
I think talking over somebody else, it's just simply unacceptable, my lord. I think if someone says something that one doesn't agree with, one can always, at the later stage, when that person has finished talking, to then take up that point, but not to directly confront that person and talk over him. I think that is not acceptable, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Doctor, you're also sitting here. Let's hear your view.
I share the same sentiments that completely out of line is to confront colleagues in open court.
I've heard you, Mr. Minister. You, Mr. Ramsepedi?
My lord, the principle is clear. The quorum must be maintained at all times by all officers of this court, my lord, as the court insists.
Right, Mr. Umalo.
Yes, the decorum must be respected and maintained at all material times. But I think at some point, cases my lord goes with emotions.
Okay, let's read this, all of us. It's on section 166, chapter 2, conduct of proceedings. Requirements, it's on page 22-53. It's Himstra, we all have read it, I'm sure. It says, requirements, courtesy. The questioner may never go outside the bounds of decency. Where the limit is, and you may differ from one witness to the next, but courtesy is always expected from an officer of the court, like we claim to be. Furthermore, courtesy costs nothing, and practitioners owe it to the court and every witness. The dignity of the witness may never be ridiculed. The court warns against the tendency of cross-examining to sneak in personal opinions on the witness's credibility, including crude variations such as, "Now you are lying," not only is behaving in an insulting manner towards the witness an abuse of the right of cross-examination. It is also a contemptuous assumption of the court's function as the sole arbiter of credibility. Cross-examination should tell the witness, the cross-examiner should tell the witness that he or she will argue at the end of the case what the witness's answer should be and that it should be rejected, etc., etc. Everyone is entitled to be addressed decently by his or her surname and title in court. The use of addresses such as witness or accused have on several occasions been disapproved of their meaning. It is simply not acceptable to address an adult by his or her first name. The court in Tswai pointed out that especially the humble amongst us should be treated with respect and understanding, with respect and correct and timely admonition. That's what they're saying. There are other things they say. But we are deficient in that. Okay, so let's hope to behave ourselves. I mean, me, I'm being told, why ungabuzi lona? Why ungabuzi lona? I mean, you never address a judicial officer like that. If a judge makes a comment, you shut up. That's how we were taught, you keep quiet. If a judge has offended you, you ask to see the judge in chambers. You complain, fine. But this thing of arguing with the judge in open court like this, people see that you don't care for the judge, you don't even respect that judge. The same thing happens with witnesses. You may differ with a witness when he gives evidence, but respect his opinion. Now we're fighting every day here in this court. We're fighting about decorum. Okay, let's come tomorrow then.
So